Yang berhormat Tanjung Batu dan diikuti dengan Yang Berhormat Kota Sentosa, Yang Berhormat Daro, Yang Berhormat Batu Kitang, Yang Berhormat Kelekak, Baleh, Bukit Bangunan, Baklalan dan Ningkelili. Kan?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Speaker, for allowing me to participate in this debate on the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. First of all, I wish to record my appreciation to Yang Berhormat Adun Kamina, the Honourable Minister for Food, Industrial, Commodity and Regional Development, for successfully tabling this important bill before this August House. I rise today to give my support to the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. This bill seeks to establish the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board as a statutory body to regulate, coordinate, promote and develop the paddy and rice industry in Sarawak. At first glance, some may ask, why should the representative of N68 Tanjung Batu, an urban constituency in Bintulu, speak on a bill about paddy and rice? My constituency has no paddy field. Tanjung Batu is not a paddy growing area. We are an urban constituency. We are part of Bintulu town, which is an industrial town, a port town, a town of workers, families, small traders, coffee shop, restaurants, supermarkets, schools, residential areas, and business. But that is exactly why the bill is relevant to my constituency, because rice is not only a farmer issue, it's related to household issue, cost of living issue, food security issue, and a small business issue, and rice is on the dining table for almost every family in Bintulu. The Raya of Tanjung Batu may not plant paddy, but they buy rice. They may not own paddy fields, but they feel the burden when the price of rice increases. They may not be involved in rice production, but they are affected when rice supplies becomes uncertain. Therefore, this bill is not only important to rural constituencies, it's also important to urban constituencies like Tanjung Batu. Dr. Speaker, the timing of this bill is important. Around the world, food security is no longer something we can take lightly. Climate change, droughts, floods, export restrictions, rising costs, conflict and supply chain disruption have all affected global food supply. Rice, in particular, is not just an ordinary commodity. It is a stable food. When rice supply is stable, people may not talk about it. But when supply is disrupted, every household feels it is immediately. In Malaysia, our rice self-sufficiency level has remained around 52%. This means we still depend heavily on imported rice to meet our national needs. For Sarawak, the situation is even more serious. Sarawak rice self-sufficiency level was reported at only 21% in 2024, with production of about 51,000 metric tons. At the same time, Sarawak has set an important target to increase our rice self-sufficiency level to 60% by 2030. So this bill is not coming too early. It's timely. In fact, it is necessary. If Sarawak wants to strengthen food security, we cannot depend only on January general policy statements. We need a proper institution and proper coordination. We need data and development planning. We need standards, research enforcement. We need a board that can look at the whole paddy and rice industry from upstream to downstream. That is why I support the establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board. Dato' Speaker, for an urban constituency like Tanjung Batu, the first benefit is supply stability. Urban people are highly dependent on supply chains. Most families in town do not grow their own food. They depend on the market. Any disruption in supply will be felt very quickly in urban area. When the supply of rice is affected, the urban poor, B40 families, workers, young parents and senior citizens will feel the pressure. Even a small increase in food prices can affect the monthly budget of ordinary families. This bill may not reduce the price of rice overnight. We must be honest about that. But it creates the foundation for better planning, better coordination, and stronger long-term food security. If we want stable rice supply tomorrow, we must build the system today. If we want to protect urban consumers in the future, we must strengthen production, storage, distribution, and regulation now. Dato' Speaker, the second benefit to Bintulu is to our small businesses. In Bintulu, many people earn their living through food businesses. Rice is one of the most basic inputs. When the price of rice goes up, small traders suffer. If they absorb the cost, the profit becomes smaller. If they increase the price, the consumers suffer. So when we talk about the rice industry, we are not only talking about farmers. We are also talking about hawkers, shopkeepers, restaurant owners, and ordinary workers who eat outside every day. A more organized rice industry with better standards, better supply management, and better data can help create a more stable food business environment. Dato' Speaker, the third benefit is Bintulu's potential role in the wider rice supply chain. Bintulu may not be a paddy producing area, but Bintulu has strategic advantages. We have two deep sea ports, we have logistic capacity, we have industrial infrastructure and warehousing potential. We are a growing urban market serving workers, families and industrials. Therefore, I believe Bintulu can play a supporting role in Sarawak rice ecosystem. When we talk about the paddy and rice industry, it's not just about paddy field. There are also storage, processing, packaging, warehousing, distribution, logistics, and retail. In the bigger picture, Bintulu should not be left out. I respectfully suggest that once the board is established, the government may also study the role of strategic urban and industrial centers, such as in Bintulu, supporting the downstream storage and distribution side of the rice industry. This will ensure that food security planning is not only production-based, but also supply chain-based. Dato' Speaker, of course, our first priority must be to strengthen Sarawak's own rice self-sufficiency. Before we speak of export, we must first ensure that the rice needs of our own people are secure. However, if in the future Sarawak is able to raise rice production, achieve a stronger self-sufficiency level, and eventually produce surplus rice or rice-based products, then Bintulu should be considered as one of the strategic gateways for this industry. With Bintulu Port, our logistic network, warehousing potential, and industrial capacity, Bintulu can support not only domestic distribution, but also for future export opportunities. This is why I say this bill is also relevant to an urban and industrial constituency like Tanjung Batu. We may not produce paddy in the field, but we can contribute to the value change when Sarawak's rice industrial grows. Dr. Speaker, another important aspect of this bill is data collection. The board will have the power to gather information, collect reports, and keep records relating to the paddy and rice industry. This is important because good policy cannot be based on guesswork. We need to know how much rice Sarawak produce, how much we consume, where the gaps are, where the storage capacity is, how the supply moves, where the weaknesses are, and what kind of intervention is needed. For Bintulu, that is also important. Bintulu is growing, our population, our industrial workforce, our food demand are all growing. If we do not plan properly, our urban food demand may grow faster than our supply system. Therefore, reliable data is not just a technical matter, it is the basic of proper planning. Dr. Speaker, I also support the provisions in this bill relating to research and development. Sarawak cannot develop its rice industry using old methods alone. We need better seeds, planting techniques, better machineries, better irrigation, better soil management, better processing, better packaging, and better marketing. Research and development must eventually benefit not only farmers, but also consumers and businesses. If Sarawak can produce better quality rice and stronger rice-based products, then there will also be downstream opportunity for towns like Bintulu in packaging, logistics, retail, and food processing. I also note that the bill allows the state government to declare any area of state land as a paddy development area. This is an important provision because Sarawak needs properly planted area for paddy development. Although my constituency may not be directly involved in such development areas, the people of Bintulu will still benefit if Sarawak can increase local rice production. When rural production becomes stronger, urban supply becomes more secure. When farmers are supported, consumers are protected. When Sarawak becomes more self-reliant, every household benefits. This shows that rural development and urban well-being are connected. Dr. Speaker, while I support this bill, I wish to offer three humble suggestions. First, the board should ensure that it covers the whole supply chain, not only production. Storage, processing, packaging, logistics, distribution, and market access are equally important. Second, the board should engage not only farmers, but also millers, wholesalers, retailers, transporters, restaurants, hawkers, and consumer representatives. Rice affects many layers of society, so consumption must be broad. Third, the board should ensure the regulation and enforcement are practical and fair. Licensing, standard, and enforcement are necessary, but they should not become a burden to genuine small farmers and small traders. The purpose of the board should be strengthen the industry, not to make life harder for ordinary people. Dr. Speaker, in conclusion, I support the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 because this is a forward-looking bill. It gives Sarawak a dedicated institution to coordinate, regulate, and develop the paddy and rice industry. It strengthens our food security framework, supports better planning, better data, better standard, better research, better enforcement, and better long-term resilience. Most importantly, the bill reminds us that rice is not only about agriculture. Rice is about daily life. For the people of Bintulu, The bill matters because it is connected to food supply, cost of living, small businesses, and urban resilience. We may not have paddy fields in Tanjung Batu, but we have dining tables. We may not plant rice in Bintulu town, but our people depend on rice every day. Izinkan saya menutup ucapan saya dengan doa rangkap pantun. YB-TAP ketuk pintu, tim Milo dipinggang dalam tangan. Dabung harapan konon nak pandu, rakyat tertipu dalam kenangan. 2-3 kucing berlari, manakan sama penting dan badungan. Bila tak janji harus ditepati, jangan selalu beri bayangan. With that, I fully support the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Tanjung Batu. Walaupun pantun tak seberapa. Minta maaf, I don't appreciate that pantun. You try better next time, Yang Berhormat. Anyway, congratulations for trying. Yang Berhormat Kota Sentosa, please.
Thank you, Datuk Deputy Speaker. I rise to participate in this debate not only as a legislator, but as a representative of an urban constituency whose residents feel the direct impact of rising food prices every single day. And while paddy fields may be far away from our city centres, food security is not a rural issue alone. It is an issue that affects every urban household in Kuching, Sibu, Bintulu, Miri, and every urban setting or family struggling with the rising cost of living. The aspiration to achieve 60% rice self-sufficiency by 2030 is therefore not merely an agricultural target. It is about ensuring that ordinary Sarawakians can continue to put affordable food on the table. When global supply chains are disrupted, when import prices rise, it is the urban consumer who immediately feels the burden through higher food prices in markets, restaurants, and hawker stalls. Dato' Deputy Speaker, I support the establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board in principle. However, as representatives entrusted with safeguarding public funds, we must ensure that this board delivers tangible results and not become another layer of bureaucracy. The state government has committed 1 billion for infrastructure and development. This is a significant investment of public money. Urban taxpayers, just like our rural communities, deserve assurances that every ringgit spent will translate into measurable outcomes, increase production, reduce dependency on imports, and stable rice prices for consumers. Therefore, I propose that the board adopt a transparent, performance-based monitoring system with publicly reported milestones. The rakyat should be able to see how much land has been successfully cultivated, how much output has increased annually, and whether the investment are actually lowering vulnerable supplies. Infrastructure alone cannot guarantee success. We have seen projects elsewhere fail because maintenance, coordination, and local participation were neglected. We cannot afford expensive facilities that eventually become underutilized or unsustainable. And I would like to share with this august House on a study conducted by our very own local university, UNIMAS. And the title of this study, which was published in the Journal of Borneo Kalimantan, criticized the Barrio Rice Project's top-down approach, noting a significant lack of transparency regarding key performance indicators and a failure to meaningfully engage the local Kelabit community. And they also highlight that it was failed modernization because they did the research, and the research highlighted that while 30 million was invested, modern machinery often sat idle due to unsuitable soil conditions and field contours that did not accommodate heavy equipment. Dato Deputy Speaker, as an urban representative, I also wish to emphasize that food security must go hand in hand with affordability. And if increased production does not ultimately stabilize prices for consumers, then the objective of food security remains incomplete. Dato Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that you are aware that urban families today are already burdened by inflation, rental costs, transportation expenses, and education costs. Rice is not a luxury item, it is a basic necessity. Hence, the success of the board should not only be measured by tons per hectare, but also by whether ordinary Sarawakans can continue to purchase rice at reasonable and stable prices. Dato Deputy Speaker, at the same time, we must ensure inclusivity in this transformation, as expounded in our Post-COVID Development Strategy 2030. The move towards smart farming, mechanization, and modern agriculture is necessary. However, technology must empower local farmers, not marginalize them. Small farmers should not be left behind due to high costs of machinery, hybrid seeds, or specialized inputs. The board must therefore prioritize training and technical assistance, accessible financing, and cooperative models that allow smaller farmers to benefit from economies of scale. This is not only just about productivity. It is also about creating sustainable livelihoods and preventing excessive concentration of control within large corporate entities. So I hope that the board, once established, will ensure that there will not be any monopoly by a single entity. Dato Deputy Speaker, another important point that I want to highlight is value creation. Sarawak should not merely aspire to produce more rice. We should aspire to build a recognized Sarawak rice brand with premium quality and international market potential. Our indigenous and heritage rice varieties possess unique identity and cultural value. These products can become high-value exports and agro-tourism attractions if properly marketed. Therefore, I strongly urge the board, once established, to establish a unit, a dedicated unit for preservation of indigenous rice varieties, research and branding, and downstream commercialization. This is how we can combine economic growth with cultural preservation. Datuk Deputy Speaker, finally, the board must remain lean, efficient, and outcome-driven. The Rakyat do not want overlapping agencies or unnecessary administrative expansion. And I hope that the Minister will ensure that once the board is established, we will ensure that the bulk of the allocation would be used for capital expenditure rather than being used for operating expenditure. I think as Sarawak moves forward, Sarawakians would want to see stronger food security. They would also want to see better income for farmers, stable supply chains, and most importantly, affordable prices for consumers. And if implemented properly, the board can become more than just an agricultural institution. It can become a strategic pillar of Sarawak's long-term economic resilience and self-reliance. With those remarks, I support the bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Kota Sentosa. Next, I would like to humbly call Yang Berhormat Daro, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Sarawak maju makmur dan salam segulai sejalai. Terima kasih Datuk Speaker kerana telah memberi saya peluang untuk mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan rang undang-undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026 yang dibentangkan oleh Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Stephen Rundi Anak Utom, Menteri Industri Makanan, Komoditi dan Pembangunan Wilayah, merangkap ahli Yang Berhormat bagi N69 Kemenang. Datuk Speaker, rang undang-undang ini merupakan satu instrumen penting yang mencerminkan kedaulatan negeri kita. Ia bukan sekadar satu penyelarasan pentadbiran, tetapi merupakan satu deklarasi strategik terhadap kebebasan dan otonomi pertanian Sarawak. Sekian lama sektor padi dan beras kita tertaluk di bawah Akta Kawalan Padi dan Beras 1994 di peringkat persekutuan, walaupun akta tersebut mempunyai peranannya pada satu ketika dahulu. Ia gagal mengambil kira keunikan landscape Sarawak, daripada isu tanah, hak adat bumi putera ataupun NCR, hinggalah kepada cabaran logistik yang khusus di negeri ini. Hari ini kita mencadangkan satu kerangka kawaselia yang diterajui Sarawak melalui penubuhan Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak bagi mengawal penggunaan tanah, menguatkuasakan standard kualiti serta mentadbir pelesenan dalam sempadan negeri kita sendiri. Ancaman geopolitik dan keselamatan makanan. Datuk Speaker, kita perlu melihat melangkaui sempadan negara untuk memahami keperluan mendesak terhadap rang undang-undang ini. Rantaian bekalan makanan global kini semakin rapuh. Laporan terkini menunjukkan bahawa ketegangan berterusan di antara Amerika Serikat dan Iran sedang menolak industri beras ke arah satu krisis yang besar. Seperti dilaporkan oleh The Business Times, di Vietnam kos pengangkutan laut telah meningkat antara 25 hingga 35%. Di Thailand pula ekspor beras terganggu kerana kapal tidak dapat melalui Selat Hormuz dengan selamat. Lebih membimbangkan kenaikan mendadak harga bahan api dan baja menyebabkan ramai petani di Thailand dan Vietnam mempertimbangkan untuk memberhentikan penanaman padi kerana mereka tidak lagi mampu menampung kos pengeluaran. Apabila jelapang padi Asia Tenggara sendiri berada dalam keadaan terancam, Sarawak tidak boleh terus menjadi pemerhati pasif. Tahap sara diri beras Sarawak pada masa ini hanyalah sekitar 21%. Berdasarkan laporan The World Bank menerusi pengkalan data World Integrated Trade Solution (WITS), pada tahun 2024, negara kita membelanjakan ringgit Malaysia 2.02 bilion bagi mengimport beras dari Vietnam dan ringgit Malaysia 667.5 juta dari Thailand. Kebergantungan sepenuhnya kepada mekanisme persekutuan menyebabkan kita terdedah kepada kejutan luaran ini. Rang undang-undang ini menyediakan asas perundangan bagi pelaksanaan intervensi bekalan kecemasan dan stok penimbal yang strategik demi memastikan rakyat Sarawak terus mempunyai bekalan beras walau apa jua konflik global yang berlaku. Realiti geografi dan demografi Sarawak. Datuk Speaker, Sarawak meliputi kawasan lebih daripada 124,000 km persegi. Dengan penduduk luar bandar yang berselerak di kawasan pedalaman dan persekitaran sungai. Pendekatan satu penyelesaian untuk semua ataupun one size fits all di peringkat persetujuan seringkali tidak berkesan di Sarawak. Disebabkan kos pengangkutan yang tinggi serta keterbatasan jaringan perhubungan. Melalui rang undang-undang ini, kita dapat melaksanakan langkah kawaselia yang disesuaikan dengan keadaan tempatan, termasuk penyimpanan stok secara setempat dan rangkaian pengedaran yang lebih efektif bagi menjamin kestabilan pasaran sehingga ke kawasan paling terpencil di negeri ini. Melindungi petani kecil dan tanah NCR. Datuk Speaker, kira-kira 80% petani padi di Sarawak terdiri daripada petani kecil-kecilan. Dan sebahagian besar daripada mereka mengusahakan tanah NCR. Undang-undang persekutuan tidak mengambil kira secara khusus kerumitan berkaitan tanah NCR dan amalan pertanian tradisional masyarakat tempatan. Rang undang-undang ini menutup ruang tersebut. Di bawah fasa 3/2, Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak diiktiraf secara sah sebagai satu entiti natif. Ini merupakan satu langkah legislatif yang amat strategik kerana ia membolehkan lembaga mengurus dan membangunkan tanah NCR bagi tujuan penanaman padi secara moden tanpa menjejaskan hak adat masyarakat asal. Kita sedang mengangkat tanah warisan nenek moyang kita menjadi satu aset yang bernilai tinggi. Menyelaras pelaburan negeri dan ekonomi baru. Datuk Speaker, kita telah mengenal pasti beberapa zon pembangunan berpotensi tinggi seperti di Seri Aman, Mukah termasuk Darul, Kapit dan Limbang. Namun undang-undang persekutuan tidak memberi kuasa secara langsung kepada Sarawak untuk menyelaras inisiatif ini. Rang undang-undang ini mengubah keadaan tersebut. Ia memberi kuasa kepada kajian negeri untuk yang pertama, menggembeling sumber secara lebih cekap merentasi pelbagai agensi. Nombor dua, menarik pelaburan swasta melalui fasa 31 yang membolehkan lembaga menubuhkan syarikat serta membentuk kerjasama awam swasta atau public-private partnership. Dan ketiga, membolehkan sektor ini selaras dengan agenda PCDS 2030 melalui penggunaan pemantauan rantaian bekalan berasaskan kecerdasan buatan ataupun AI serta penerokaan penggunaan jentera berkuasa hidrogen hijau sekaligus meletakkan Sarawak sebagai peneraju pertanian mampan dan sifar pelepasan karbon. Memperkukuhkan autonomi dan dalam kerangka persekutuan. Datuk Speaker, saya melihat rang undang-undang ini sebagai pelengkap, bukannya bercanggah dengan undang-undang persekutuan. Fokusnya tertumpu kepada bidang kuasa negeri seperti perancangan, pengeluaran, pelesenan tempatan dan pembangunan petani. Di bawah fasa 8/1 Roman, pembangunan bakat akan dihubungkan dengan inisiatif pendidikan tinggi percuma Sarawak Sebenarnya kita bukan sahaja menanam padi, tetapi kita sedang melahirkan generasi baru agropreneur yang mahir dalam pertanian berasaskan robotik dan kecerdasan buatan ataupun AI. Tabir urus accountability dan pelaksanaan bertanggungjawab. Datuk Speaker, walaupun saya menyokong rang undang-undang ini, saya juga ingin menegaskan bahawa penubuhan mana-mana badan berkanun yang baharu mestilah disertai dengan komitmen kukuh terhadap tabir urus yang baik. Kuasa tanpa accountability akan menghakis kepercayaan rakyat, dan undang-undang yang bercita-cita tinggi tanpa pelaksanaan yang berdisiplin jarang sekali mencapai matlamat yang dihasratkan. Penyata penjelasan rang undang-undang ini sendiri mengakui bahawa pelaksanaan rang undang-undang ini akan melibatkan tambahan perbelanjaan kerajaan, walaupun jumlah sebenar belum dapat dipastikan pada masa ini. Oleh itu, sejak dari awal lagi kita mesti memberi penekanan kepada pertama, pengurusan kewangan yang telus. Yang kedua, penyediaan anggaran tahunan dan akaun audit yang teratur. Yang ketiga, pemantauan prestasi yang jelas melalui KPI yang boleh diukur. Dan yang keempat, sistem integriti serta pencegahan rasuah yang mantap. Dalam pada masa yang sama, pegawai yang berkuasa di bawah bahagian 6 Roman akan mempunyai kuasa penguasaan yang besar, termasuk kuasa penyiasatan dan akses kepada data berkomputer. Walaupun kuasa-kuasa ini perlu bagi memastikan kebersamaan penguasaan, ia mesti dilaksanakan secara bertanggungjawab, profesional dan telus. Prosedur operasi standard ataupun SOP, latihan yang mencukupi serta mekanisme aduan yang jelas perlu diwujudkan supaya tindakan penguatkuasaan ini dapat meningkatkan, bukannya menjejaskan keyakinan rakyat terhadap lembaga ini nanti. Pendek kata, kredibiliti lembaga padi dan beras Sarawak bukan sahaja bergantung kepada kekuatan mandatnya, tetapi juga kepada disiplin dalam pelaksanaannya. Datuk Speaker, dunia hari ini telah berubah. Rantaian bekalan global yang sebelum ini berasaskan konsep just in time, kini telah berubah kepada realiti just in case. Kita tidak lagi boleh menyerahkan keselamatan makanan kita kepada ketidaktentuan pasaran luar atau keterbatasan pengawasan berpusat di peringkat persekutuan. Rang Undang-Undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026 merupakan benteng pertahanan kita. Ia adalah pelan hala tuju kita menuju tahun 2030 dan ia juga memastikan Sarawak mempunyai kawalan yang lebih bermakna terhadap masa depan keselamatan makanan sambil menyediakan masa depan yang lebih makmur dan berdaya tahan kepada komuniti luar bandar melalui institusi yang beraccountability, berdisiplin dan diyakini rakyat. Dengan itu, Datuk Speaker, Daru menyokong rang undang-undang ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Daru. Seterusnya, I humbly call upon Yang Berhormat Batu Kitang, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. First and foremost, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation and congratulations to the Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development Sarawak, Yang Berhormat Member for N69 Kemenah, for tabling the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. I rise to express my full support for this bill because I firmly believe that this legislation represents a timely, strategic and forward-looking step towards strengthening Sarawak's food security and transforming the paddy and rice industry into a more resilient, modern and sustainable sector for the future. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are currently living in an increasingly uncertain global environment. The COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical conflicts, climate change, disruptions in international trade, and instability in global food supply chains have shown us one very important lesson. Food security can no longer be taken for granted. Rice is not merely another agricultural commodity. It is a strategic necessity. For that reason, Sarawak cannot continue to rely excessively on imported rice, while global supply systems become increasingly unpredictable. Today, Sarawak's rice sufficiency level remains relatively low. This means that we are still vulnerable to external supply disruption, price volatility, and international market uncertainties. Therefore, efforts to strengthen local rice production and improve Sarawak's self-sufficiency level are no longer optional. They are necessary. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the honourable members from Pending and Pedungan question why this board is necessary. With respect, the answer is very simple. The very weaknesses highlighted by the opposition are precisely the reasons why this board must be established. They spoke about fragmented implementation, insufficient coordination, weak monitoring, irrigation challenges, logistics problems, low productivity, and the need for better long-term planning. Exactly, precisely. That is why Sarawak now requires a dedicated institutional framework focused specifically on the paddy and the rice industry. The Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board will provide stronger coordination, integrated planning, clearer accountability, more focused implementation, and long-term institutional continuity.
You give way to Pedungan?
Yes, please.
Yang Berhormat?
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member for Ketang. Firstly, we did not question the need to set up this board, number one. Number two, you are saying that the need to set up this board is because you need a more focused institution to develop this paddy cultivation and development. My question is, are you saying that previously the ministry is disfocused, not focused on their job enough and that's why the paddy cultivation and programs are unsuccessful and have failed? And another thing is that my question on 950 million allocation announcement, what do you have to say on that?
Yang Berhormat.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Pedungan. 900 million, all these were years ago. If I remember correctly, all this money came from the federal government for Sarawak, because agriculture was under the federal government. And yeah, that was your question, yeah? What was the first question?
Are you saying the ministry is not focused enough previously?
Same answer.
Not focused.
Yeah, no, because it was under the federal government before. Today is different. Today is under GPS government. Under Abang Jo, it's entirely different. Thank you for answering that question for me, Member for Pedungan. This bill is not merely creating another office or another letterhead. With respect to the Honourable Member for Pending, No one in this House has claimed that a board alone magically increases rice production. The purpose of this board is to establish a dedicated institutional mechanism capable of planning, monitoring, infrastructure coordination, irrigation, integration, stockpile planning, data management, farmer support, and long-term food security governance. Without a dedicated coordinating institution, development efforts become fragmented across multiple agencies without unified accountability and continuity. The Honourable Member for Pending also raised concerns about centralisation and dependency. But with due respect, the paddy and rice sector has long operated within highly centralised federal regulatory and administrative structures. What Sarawak is doing today is not excessive centralisation. Sarawak is strengthening our own local institutional capacity so that decisions involving Sarawak's food security can be coordinated more effectively based on Sarawak's own needs, geography, and realities. It is therefore somewhat contradictory to raise concerns about centralization when Sarawak seeks to strengthen its own institutional role in protecting our food security. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is also important to clarify that this bill operates in tandem with the existing federal legal framework under the Paddy and Rice Control Act 1994. This bill does not contravene or supersede federal law. Rather, it strengthens Sarawak's internal institutional capacity to plan, coordinate, and develop the paddy and rice industry within our own constitutional and administrative competence. This is a practical and responsible approach towards strengthening Sarawak's food resilience. The Honourable Member for Padungan referred extensively to announcements and programs from many years ago, including projects dating back to earlier periods. However, many of these programs existed under earlier agricultural structures and broader federal-driven frameworks at that particular point in time. Much of what the Honourable Member for Padungan described, weak implementation, inconsistent coordination, low self-sufficiency, fragmented planning, and unfulfilled agricultural targets. They occurred under arrangements where major agricultural regulation, assistance, and coordination were still largely under broader federal structures, as I've mentioned before. Today, Sarawak is strengthening our own institutional capacity in a more coordinated and focused manner. If previous implementation faced limitations, then the answer is a stronger coordination, better governance, improved monitoring, clearer accountability, and a more focused institutional capacity. This is precisely what this bill seeks to achieve. Therefore, with respect, members from Pending and Padungan cannot spend their entire speeches explaining why previous arrangements were insufficient and then question Sarawak's effort to build a stronger system and moving forward. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the honourable members from Pending and Padungan spent much of their speech highlighting irrigation challenges, logistic weaknesses, fragmented implementation, insufficient monitoring, low productivity, and the need for strong coordination. With respect, these are not arguments against this bill. These are the strongest arguments in support of this bill. This bill is not about pretending that all problems have been solved. This bill is about recognizing the challenges honestly and building the institutional capacity needed to solve them. Food security cannot depend on fragmented short-term approaches. It requires long-term planning, institutional continuity, technological upgrading, coordinated governance, and strategic commitment. The Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board represents an important step in that direction. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I firmly believe that this bill will strengthen Sarawak's food resilience, modernize our paddy and rice industry, empower our farmers, and build a stronger and a more sustainable future for Sarawak. With that, I fully support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Batu Kitang. Seterusnya, Yang Berhormat dari Keleka.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih Datuk Speaker kerana memberi peluang kepada saya untuk mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan Rang Undang-Undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Sarawak Maju Makmur dan salam segulai sejalai. Saya berdiri pada hari ini untuk menyokong Rang Undang-Undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak yang telah berjaya dibentangkan oleh Menteri Industri Makanan, Komoditi dan Pembangunan Wilayah Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Strim Rundi Utom Adun N69 Kemena. Pada hemat saya, pembentangan Rang Undang-Undang ini bukan sekadar memperkenalkan sebuah lembaga baru, tetapi menjadi penanda aras yang penting dalam sejarah pembangunan agro makanan Sarawak, khususnya dalam memperkukuhkan agenda keselamatan makanan negeri dan negara. Selama ini kita sering mendengar ungkapan beras adalah nyawa rakyat. Maka apabila Sarawak tampil dengan pendekatan lebih agresif dan tersusun terhadap pembangunan industri padi dan beras, ini menunjukkan kerajaan gabungan Parti Sarawak GPS benar-benar serius dan tidak lagi mahu bergantung sepenuhnya kepada bekalan luar. Bak kata peribahasa Melayu, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Dalam dunia hari ini yang semakin tidak menentu akibat daripada perubahan iklim, konflik geopolitik serta gangguan rantaian bekalan makanan global, langkah menubuhkan Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak adalah tindakan yang tepat dan berpandangan jauh. Tuan Speaker, saya yakin intipati utama rang undang-undang ini iaitu penubuhan Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026 amat signifikan. Ini kerana ia bakal menjadi badan khusus yang mempunyai kuasa dan fungsi jelas dalam merancang, menyelaras serta memperkukuh pembangunan industri padi dan beras negeri Sarawak. Malah, penubuhan lembaga ini akan membolehkan Sarawak menggubal dasar dan perundangan berkaitan industri padi dan beras secara lebih fokus dan berkesan. Dewan juga dimaklumkan bahawa rang undang-undang ini melibatkan perwataan 7 kawasan tanah Sarawak sebagai kawasan pembangunan penanaman padi. Saya percaya bahawa kawasan-kawasan tersebut akan menjadi anchor atau pemangkin utama dalam merealisasikan hasrat Sarawak mencapai tahap sara diri beras yang lebih tinggi. Namun begitu, saya ingin mencadangkan agar kawasan-kawasan lain yang mempunyai potensi besar turut dipertimbangkan untuk dimasukkan ke dalam plan pembangunan masa depan. Contohnya, di kawasan DUN Kelaka terdapat beberapa kawasan yang saya percaya sangat berpotensi untuk dibangunkan sebagai kawasan pengeluaran padi moden. Antaranya Kampung Kabak, Lubuk Nibong, Jelupang di daerah Kecil Ruban. Untuk makluman Dewan Yang Mulia ini, di Kampung Kabak sahaja terdapat lebih 30 hektar kawasan yang bakal menjadi perintis projek pengeluaran padi dan beras secara besar-besaran di daerah Sarawak menggunakan teknologi moden. Kerajaan Sarawak melalui Agensi Pembangunan Bahagian Betong, PDDA, telah memperuntukkan keseluruhan sebanyak 4.8 juta bagi menyokong usaha ikhlas ini. Hasrat kita jelas, iaitu menjadikan Kampung Kabak sebagai kawasan pertanian moden dengan sasaran hasil tuaian sehingga 5 kali dalam tempoh 2 tahun. Dan sehubungan dengan itu, selaras dengan penubuhan lembaga padi dan beras Sarawak kelak, kita mahu memanfaatkan sepenuhnya kawasan tersebut dengan penambahbaikan infrastruktur saliran, pembinaan kilang pemprosesan beras dan penyediaan kemudahan sokongan yang lain. Daripada jumlah keseluruhan peruntukan tersebut, sebanyak 2 juta diperuntukkan bagi pembinaan kilang memproses beras di skim padi Kampung Kabak oleh Jabatan Kerja Raya Sarawak, 2 juta bagi menaik taraf sistem saliran dan perairan yang dilaksanakan oleh Jabatan Perairan dan Saliran, dan 800,000 lagi adalah untuk pemasangan kabel berbautan tinggi 11,000 kV termasuk overhead line serta transformer 50 kVA oleh Kementerian Utiliti Telekomunikasi menerusi Sarawak Energy Berhad. Tuan Speaker, begitu juga pembangunan kawasan Lubuk Nibong yang suatu ketika dahulu pernah menjadi jantung penanaman padi di kawasan Kelaka. Saya percaya bukan kawasan itu sahaja yang berpotensi dibangunkan, malah banyak lagi kawasan di daerah Sarawak yang boleh diusahakan menerusi konsep taman agro dan pertanian moden seperti di Kampung Perpat, Kampung Kupang serta Kampung Paluh. Sesungguhnya rang undang-undang ini amat relevan kerana tanaman padi bukan sekadar aktiviti pertanian biasa. Ia berkait langsung dengan keselamatan makanan, kelangsungan ekonomi rakyat, warisan budaya dan kedaulatan sesebuah negeri. Bak kata orang tua-tua, kalau tidak dipecahkan ruyung, manakan dapat sagunya. Jika kita mahu melihat Sarawak menjadi kuasa baharu pengeluaran beras negara, maka kita mesti berani melaksanakan perubahan besar mulai hari ini. Perkara pertama yang saya ingin sentuh ialah berkaitan dengan tahap sara diri atau self-sufficiency ratio, SSR. Kita sedia maklum bahawa Malaysia sebelum ini lazimnya hanya mencapai SSR beras sekitar 71% dan kini dilaporkan menurun kepada kira-kira 53% seperti yang pernah dinyatakan oleh Menteri Pertanian dan Keterjaminan Makanan, Datuk Seri Muhammad Sabu. Ini menunjukkan negara masih bergantung kepada import beras luar. Justru pembukaan lebih banyak kawasan penanaman padi berskala besar di Sarawak merupakan langkah yang amat tepat dan strategik. Jika kawasan berpotensi dapat dibangunkan secara sistematik, saya percaya Sarawak mampu membantu negara mencapai SSR beras sehingga 80%. Tuan Speaker, kedua, Sarawak mempunyai potensi sangat besar untuk muncul sebagai pengeluar beras utama negara. Kita masih mempunyai keluasan tanah yang luas, sumber air yang mencukupi serta ekosistem pertanian yang sesuai. Kawasan delta, tanah rendah dan sawah tradisional yang sebelum ini kurang dibangunkan boleh dijadikan jelapang padi baharu secara moden dan tersusun. Tambahan pula, permintaan terhadap beras tempatan kini semakin meningkat. Rakyat semakin menghargai produk tempatan seperti beras adan bario dan varieti tradisional yang lain yang mempunyai nilai premium. Tidak kurang juga beras wangi dari kawasan rendah yang mempunyai kualiti dan rasa yang sangat baik seperti beras balik. Ini membuka peluang besar kepada petani untuk meningkatkan pendapatan melalui pengeluaran beras berkualiti tinggi. Tuan Speaker, ketiga ialah aspek teknologi moden. Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Sarawak sering menekankan kepentingan pertanian moden dengan penggunaan teknologi dalam sektor pertanian. Ini menunjukkan Sarawak kini berada di landasan tepat menuju transformasi pertanian pintar. Penggunaan drone, sistem perairan pintar, mekanisasi, teknologi satelit, Internet of Things, serta otomasi pertanian mampu meningkatkan hasil pertanian pada masa sama mengurangkan kos operasi. Justru itu, saya berharap melalui Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak kelak, kawasan-kawasan penanaman padi di DUN Kelakar tidak akan tercicir daripada menerima manfaat teknologi moden ini. Kita mahu penggunaan drone untuk pembajaan dan semburan, aplikasi pemantauan sawah, data cuaca, masa nyata, real time, serta otomasi pertanian menjadi norma baharu dalam sektor penanaman padi di Sarawak, termasuklah di daerah Seratok. Dalam masa yang sama, aspek penyelidikan dan pembangunan juga mesti diperkukuhkan. Kerjasama di antara kerajaan, universiti dan institusi penyelidikan perlu diperluas bagi menghasilkan benih padi yang lebih tahan penyakit, tahan cuaca serta mempunyai hasil yang lebih tinggi. Tuan Speaker, penubuhan Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak juga diharap mampu mengatasi cabaran yang masih membelenggu sektor ini. Di antaranya ialah kekurangan infrastruktur pertanian seperti sistem perairan, jalan ladang, saliran dan kemudahan logistik. Akibatnya produktiviti petani rendah dan kos pengeluaran yang meningkat. Masih ada juga petani yang bergantung kepada kaedah tradisional kerana kekurangan akses kepada mesin moden. Justru itu saya berharap lembaga ini kelak dapat menjadi agensi penyelaras utama yang benar-benar melengkapkan apa yang kurang dan memperkukuhkan apa yang lemah. Lebih-lebih lagi dunia hari ini berhadapan dengan perubahan iklim yang semakin serius. Fenomena banjir, cuaca yang tidak menentu, kemarau serta serangan penyakit tanaman semakin memberi kesan kepada hasil padi. Tanpa sistem pertanian yang lebih tahan iklim, climate resilient agriculture, hasil pengeluaran akan terus terjejas. Tuan Speaker, selepas kita membahaskan perkara ini hari ini, saya percaya masa hadapan industri padi dan beras Sarawak sebenarnya cukup cerah. Apa yang penting ialah keberanian politik, dasar konsisten dan pelaksanaan yang berkesan. Dalam hal ini saya melihat pelibatan generasi muda amat penting. Jika kita mahu mempercepatkan pembangunan jelapang padi moden lengkap dengan perairan pintar, pusat penyimpanan dan pusat pemprosesan dan mekanisasi penuh, maka kita memerlukan golongan muda sebagai penggeraknya. Kita perlu menjadikan sektor pertanian sebagai sektor berpendapatan tinggi dan berprestij. Berikanlah insentif kepada belia seperti geran permulaan, latihan teknologi pertanian, akses pembiayaan dan peluang penggunaan tanah secara lebih mudah. Oleh yang demikian, saya pernah mencadangkan supaya dibina sebuah kolej pertanian vokasional menjadi satu realiti di Kabak dan dapat dibina dalam masa yang terdekat. Kita mahu melihat lebih ramai graduan, usahawan muda tampil sebagai agropreneur moden. Bak kata peribahasa Melayu, pemuda harapan bangsa, pemudi tiang negara. Mereka lah kelompok paling sesuai untuk memacu revolusi pertanian moden Sarawak. Tuan Speaker, kita mahu supaya Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak memberi penambahan baik kepada marketing facilities. Ianya bertujuan supaya pihak kawal selia padi dan beras bagi menilai semula kaedah pemberian lesen membeli padi dan memberi kelonggaran syarat-syarat pemilikan lesen dan menyediakan setiap kawasan perlu diwujudkan pusat belian padi. Akhir kata, saya ingin merakamkan perhargaan dan terima kasih kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Sarawak serta Kerajaan Gabungan Parti Sarawak GPS di atas komitmen sokongan dalam usaha merealisasikan penubuhan padi dan beras Sarawak 2026. Kerajaan Sarawak telah menunjukkan kesungguhan memperkukuhkan sektor agro makanan melalui pembangunan jelapang padi, bantuan input pertanian, subsidi serta latihan kepada petani. Hari ini tanaman padi bukan dianggap satu isu kecil masyarakat luar bandar semata-mata. Sebaliknya, ia adalah soal masa depan, keselamatan makanan dan kedaulatan negeri. Jika kita gagal bertindak sekarang, generasi yang akan datang terus bergantung kepada bekalan luar. Namun, jika kita merancang dengan baik, melaksana dasar secara konsisten, memanfaatkan teknologi moden, saya percaya Sarawak bukan sahaja mampu mencapai tahap sara diri beras, malah berpotensi menjadi hub pengeluaran beras moden utama di rantau ini. Dengan itu, kelakar menyokong rang undang-undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Kelakar. Seterusnya Yang Berhormat Baleh. Silakan.
Terima kasih Datuk Speaker. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan kerana memberi ruang dan peluang kepada saya untuk membahaskan rang undang-undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026 di Dewan Yang Mulia ini. Saya juga ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Yang Berhormat Menteri Industri Makanan, Komoditi dan Pembangunan Wilayah Sarawak atas pembentangan rang undang-undang ini. Pembentangan ini jelas mencerminkan komitmen berterusan beliau dalam memperkukuhkan agenda keselamatan makanan serta memodenkan sektor pertanian negeri Sarawak. Tuan Speaker, saya berpandangan bahawa rang undang-undang ini merupakan satu langkah yang amat penting, relevan dan strategik dalam usaha Kerajaan Sarawak memperkukuhkan keselamatan makanan serta membangunkan industri padi dan beras secara lebih moden, sistematik dan berdaya saing. Kita harus sedar bahawa isu keselamatan makanan bukan lagi satu pilihan tetapi satu keperluan yang mendesak. Dunia hari ini berhadapan dengan pelbagai cabaran termasuk perubahan iklim, konflik geopolitik, gangguan rantaian bekalan global serta kenaikan harga makanan yang memberi kesan langsung kepada rakyat. Pada masa ini, Sarawak hanya mampu menghasilkan sekitar 30,000 tan metrik beras setahun, sedangkan keperluan negeri dianggarkan mencecah 450,000 tan metrik. Ini menjadikan tahap sara diri SSL Sarawak hanya sekitar 21%, sekaligus menunjukkan kebergantungan yang tinggi kepada import luar. Oleh itu, saya menyokong penuh sasaran Kerajaan Sarawak untuk meningkatkan SSL beras kepada 60% menjelang tahun 2030. Sasaran ini bukan sahaja realistik tetapi amat penting dalam memastikan keselamatan makanan negeri dalam jangka panjang. Tuan Speaker, penubuhan Sarawak Padi and Rice Board melalui rang undang-undang ini akan membolehkan pembangunan industri padi dilaksanakan secara lebih tersusun dan berfokus. Lembaga ini akan memainkan peranan penting dalam menyelaras dasar, pembangunan tanah, penyelidikan pertanian, latihan petani, penggunaan teknologi moden serta pengurusan rantaian bekalan beras negeri. Saya dipahamkan bahawa Kerajaan Sarawak telah mengenal pasti sekitar 14,000 hingga 15,000 hektar tanah berpotensi untuk dimajukan sebagai kawasan penanaman padi. Ini merupakan satu langkah yang amat positif dan membuktikan kesungguhan kerajaan dalam memperkasa sektor pertanian makanan. Sebagai wakil rakyat bagi kawasan Baleh, saya ingin melihat kawasan seperti Tunuh turut diberi perhatian sebagai kawasan baharu penanam padi berteknologi tinggi. Kawasan ini mempunyai potensi besar dari segi keluasan tanah, sumber air serta kesesuaian untuk dibangunkan dengan pendekatan pertanian moden sekiranya disokong dengan infrastruktur dan teknologi yang mencukupi. Tuan Speaker, saya percaya pembangunan kawasan seperti Tunuh dan juga kawasan lain bukan sahaja dapat meningkatkan pengeluaran padi negeri, malah mampu mengubah landscape ekonomi masyarakat luar bandar. Melalui pembangunan pertanian moden, peluang pekerjaan baru dapat diwujudkan kepada penduduk tempatan, khususnya golongan belia. Saya juga berharap Kerajaan Sarawak memberi penekanan kepada penggunaan teknologi moden seperti drone pertanian, sistem pengairan pintar, mekanisasi ladang, teknologi pemetaan tanah serta penggunaan benih padi berkualiti tinggi. Penggunaan teknologi ini akan meningkatkan produktiviti, mengurangkan kos pengeluaran serta menjadikan sektor pertanian lebih cekap dan kompetitif. Selain itu, usaha ini juga berpotensi menarik minat golongan muda untuk menceburi bidang pertanian moden. Kita perlu mengubah persepsi bahawa pertanian adalah sektor tradisional semata-mata, sedangkan hakikatnya ia kini berasaskan teknologi, inovasi dan pengurusan profesional yang mampu menjana pendapatan yang lumayan. Tuan Speaker, dalam usaha membangunkan sektor ini, kebajikan petani dan pesawah juga perlu terus diberi perhatian. Bantuan subsidi, latihan kemahiran, akses pembiayaan serta jaminan pasaran perlu diperkukuhkan bagi memastikan mereka terus berdaya saing dan bermotivasi meningkatkan pengeluaran. Di samping itu, pembangunan infrastruktur luar bandar seperti jalan pertanian, sistem saliran bekalan elektrik dan capaian internet juga amat penting bagi memastikan pelaksanaan projek pertanian dapat dijayakan dengan berkesan. Saya yakin sekiranya semua usaha ini dilaksanakan secara menyeluruh dan bersepadu, Sarawak bukan sahaja mampu mencapai sasaran SSL 60% menjelang tahun 2030, malah berpotensi menjadi antara pengeluar beras utama di rantau ini pada masa hadapan. Tuan Speaker, rang undang-undang ini jelas mencerminkan komitmen Kerajaan Sarawak dalam memastikan keselamatan makanan negeri sentiasa terjamin. Ia bukan sahaja memberi manfaat kepada sektor pertanian, malah menjadi pemangkin kepada pembangunan ekonomi luar bandar serta peningkatan taraf hidup rakyat. Dengan penuh keyakinan dan harapan demi masa depan rakyat Sarawak, saya, Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri Sarawak N64 Baleh, menyatakan sokongan penuh terhadap rang undang-undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026 ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Baleh. Seterusnya Yang Berhormat Bukit Bangunan. Silakan.
Thank you very much, Datuk Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in debate on the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. Tabled by Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Minister of Agriculture, Food, Commodity and Regional Development, who is also adun for N69 Kemna. I do not wish to dwell in details of the bill, Datuk Speaker, but I would like to make general comments and suggestions in support of the bill. Rice is our staple food. Thus, it is of paramount importance for the state to produce sufficient supply of rice to meet the demand of the people. It was reported that the state is producing approximately 21% of the rice need. In the remaining, slightly over 70% are imported. This is a cause for concern, Mr. Speaker, for in an event of crisis, be that natural disaster or conflict affecting the producing country, it will directly affect Sarawak. Tuan Speaker, let us look at the statistics to see how far the supply of production of paddy and rice in Sarawak had dropped. Tuan Speaker, statistics from the booklet Statistik Tanaman 2025 Bahagian Perangkaan Pertanian Statistics Jabatan Pertanian Malaysia. It shows a declining trend in paddy cultivation and production for Sarawak. Now let's look at the total acreage planted in paddy production from 2020 to 2024. In 2020, 90,865 hectares of land were planted with paddy, and in 2022, it dropped to 77,943 hectares, and in 2024, it further reduced to only 45,269 hectares. There was a 50% drop in area being planted within span of just 4 years. Similarly, it was reported in 2020 Sarawak produced 167,589 metric ton of paddy. I'm mentioning paddy, Dr. Speaker. 77,943 metric ton in 2022, and 45,269 metric ton in 2024. Dr. Speaker, there are many reasons for reduction in paddy cultivation and production. As we all know, paddy farming or paddy cultivation in rural areas involve family members, mainly on a plot of NCR land. Paddy grown were mostly for own consumption and not for commercial purposes. Only popular local varieties such as berries, mahmud, just to name a few, are sold in small quantity as a niche product directly at the local market. And these are the paddy varieties that could be further developed later on. Secondly, land once planted with paddy is now being planted with oil palm, which give better economic returns to farmers. Hence, land for paddy planting are getting less and less. Similarly, younger generation tends to shy away from farming. So in rural areas, farming activities were mostly done by the elders or the older people. Therefore, the board should look into this problem and find ways and means to address these issues. Dr. Speaker, the introduction of the bill is indeed appropriate and timely to revive the once an important activity among the rural community. Employing people who are expert in the field, I'm optimistic the board can revive paddy industry towards technology-driven in mechanization. Dr. Speaker, Kedua, for example, which is known as the rice bowl of Malaysia, is one of the areas in Malaysia with the biggest granary areas, covered an area of approximately 100,000 125,987 hectares. Now, the success of Kedua rested on one agency known as Muda Agriculture Development Authority, or MADA, which was formed in 1970 with a vision as a leading agency in the development of modern, efficient, and stable rice industry, the prime mover in the socio-economic development of the farming community in the areas within each authority. Namoda also covers an area of approximately over 20,000 hectares of land in Perlis. Our neighbor, Sabah, is also modernizing its paddy industry with the launching of Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sabah in May 2025 and reported full operational by January 2026. So other states like Sabah is taking bold steps to boost rice production to avoid over-dependence on imported rice. This emphasizes the importance of food security not only for the whole country, Malaysia, but the state as well. Dato' Speaker, with the establishment of Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board, which among others to regulate the development of paddy industry, I believe the state should be able to achieve targeted 60% rice self-sufficiency level by 2030, is outlined in Post-COVID Development Strategy 2030. We have visionary leader, Yang Berhormat the Premier, who are focused in his vision, has set target of about 40,000 hectares of paddy granary by the year 2030. A pilot project in Gedong using modern techniques is an example and stepping stone towards developing other areas utilizing modern farming method. The Smart Large-Scale Rice Field Program pilot project in Tanjung Bijat, Suriaman under IADA Batang Lupa Granary area has proven its effectiveness when it successfully boosted paddy yield, which means the increase in paddy yield per hectare. For the information of this August House, IADA Batang Lupa Granary area, which was mentioned by several Yang Berhormat in this August House, is a federal-owned and funded project in which the overall development is rather slow. Correct me if I'm wrong. Funded for the project stopped or ceased in 2018 when there was a change in the federal government. In 2018, Pakatan Harapan took over the federal government. This has caused a disruption in the development of the area until today. With sound planning and management, the paddy industry can be developed into an important sector that will provide an opportunity for local farmers to improve their income. Dato' Speaker, Sarawak has diverse varieties of traditional local paddy for both wet and hill paddy. Over the years, farmers have opted for commercial rice variety which give better yield. Hence, I believe most of these traditional local variety may have gone extinct. Therefore, Dato' Speaker, I would like to propose that the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board should consider create a paddy seeds bank. A seeds bank is a secure facility that preserves seeds from a wide variety of plant species in a dormant state to protect genetic diversity. Its purpose is to serve as a critical backup against extinction, natural disaster, and agricultural collapse. To undertake the task, the board could consider collaborate with Agricultural Research Center, Semenggong. We have quite good scientists at the research, or even with local university. The preserved seeds will be a good source of reference for future research and scientific study. Similarly, the board should also consider setting up seedling production facility. Quality seeds is equally important to ensure only selected, certified, proven high yield, disease-resistant paddy seeds are used and distributed or supplied to local farmers and granary areas. Presently, our local farmers depend on imported seeds. With the above comment, Dr. Speaker, I fully support the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Bukit Bangunan. We have so far 20 Yang Berhormats who have spoken. There are another 7 to go. So altogether will be 27 speakers. So that's just for your information, so that I believe some of you might not have to repeat the points given by earlier speakers in order to shorten your debate, because there will be another bill coming up, that is the SCDC Amendment Bill. And, well, for time management, I think just mention this so that you all know what to do. Next, can I humbly request Yang Berhormat Bakalalan, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to debate on this timely Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026, tabled by the Honourable Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development, Yang Berhormat for N69 Kemana. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a pivotal piece of legislation that promises to reshape the future of agriculture in our beloved state of Sarawak. The Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 is not just another law, it is an opportunity for us to empower our farmers, secure our food supply, and promote sustainable development in the paddy and rice industry. As the representative for Baklalan, I'm immensely proud to represent a constituency blessed with some of the most fertile land in Sarawak. The lush fields of Baklalan, Long Semado, Long Sukang, Long Luping, Pak Burnut, and the surrounding areas, and the unique Adan rice variety cultivated in our region optimize the agricultural potential that this bill aims to harness. This is not merely about financial gain. It is commitment to self-sufficiency and food security for our communities. Mr. Speaker, the board's power and function outlined in this bill provide a robust framework for advancing our paddy and rice industry. From the authority to issue licenses and permits to the ability to collect fees and engage in commercial activities, we are establishing a board that can act decisively and effectively. This will enable us to formulate well-thought-out plans and projects tailored to the unique characteristic of our land and our people. Additionally, the emphasis on research and development is crucial. By supporting innovative practices and technologies in paddy and rice cultivation, we can enhance the quality of our produce, making sure that our farmers remain competitive in both local and international markets. The board's responsibility to advise and recommend strategic objectives will ensure that the needs of our producers, particularly the Lun Bawang community, are at the forefront of our agricultural policies. Mr. Speaker, Baklalan's proximity to Indonesia's new capital, Nusantara, presents us with an unprecedented opportunity. As this new urban center arises, our region can become pivotal in supplying food to its population. We must capitalize on this geographical advantage by ensuring that our production is sufficient, is efficient, high quality, and capable of meeting market demands. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, the function of this board, such as coordinating activities related to planting, distribution, and marketing will enhance the resilience of our rice industry. This integrated approach will not only ensure that our farmers receive the support they need, but also facilitate better conditions for every stakeholder in the rice supply chain. It has come to my attention, Mr. Speaker, that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, MAFS, submitted to the International Union for the Protection of New Varieties of Plants, or UPOV, 1991 Convention, Secretariat in Geneva in September 2025, a draft bill proposing amendments to Malaysia's Protection of New Plant Varieties, PNPV Act 2004, Act 634. This effectively allows a foreign body to review and influence national and state relevant legislation before Sarawak and other states have even been provided with the full text of the proposed amendments. Mr. Speaker, UPOV 91 is not merely a technical standard, it is a rigid intellectual property regime that prioritizes commercial breeders through long-term monopoly rights, often at the expense of indigenous communities and small farmers who sustain local food system. The proposed amendments could significantly weaken our ability to protect indigenous knowledge and ensure fair and equitable benefit sharing arising from the use of genetic resources. They may also undermine farmers' traditional right to save, use, exchange, and sell seeds by replacing clear protections with vague restrictions that could expose farmers to royalty obligation and legal risk. Experience in other countries shows that similar regimes have led to higher seed prices, increased corporate control of agriculture, and the marginalization of local seed systems. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board is therefore timely. Pursuant to clauses 7 K and 8A, B and K, the board will have the authority to safeguard the interests of our farmers. Discussion should be held with the Federal Ministry to convey our concern regarding the lack of consultation and the potential impact of the proposed amendment of Sarawak agricultural sector. In the circumstances, it would be prudent to withhold consent to propose amendments and reject accession to UPOV 1991. The time for action is now, Mr. Speaker. With the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026, we can take significant strides toward ensuring that the Lunbang people and all communities in Sarawak benefit from the prosperity that our agricultural sector can bring. Let us unite in our commitment to food security, giving our farmers the support they deserved, and positioning Sarawak as a leader in rice production in Malaysia. In closing, I urge my fellow members of this August House to lend their support to this forward-thinking legislation. Together, we can now sow the seed of prosperous future for the paddy and rice industry, enhance the livelihoods of our farmers, and fortify our food supply for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Baklalan. Next, I would like to call Yang Berhormat Kelili, to be followed by Yang Berhormat Tebedu and Ngamah. Silakan.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker, for allowing me to participate in the bill Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 that has been presented by Yang Berhormat Menteri for Foods, Industry, Community Developments, and Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N69 Kementerian Ahli. Dr. Speaker, I rise to support the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Ordinance 2026. As stated in the explanatory statements, this bill seeks to establish the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board to regulate the paddy and rice industry and the states and for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Dato' Speaker, paddy is not just a crop in Sarawak. It is a culture, it is a livelihood, it is land. For example, in Negeri or maybe in other areas too, health paddy has been declining for years. It is not profitable. Young people live, land lies idle. We import rice that we could grow ourselves. This ordinance gives us the legal tools to reverse the trends. Allow me to explain and discuss several clauses related to the bills as follows. Dato' Speaker, Clause 3(1) establishes the boards as a body corporate with perpetual sanction and corporate seal. It can sue and be sued, hold property and do all acts a body corporate may lawfully do. Clause 3(2) is significant for Sarawak. The board shall, for the purpose of the land court, be deemed a native. This protects our native customary rights and ensure the board can operate at ancient land without legal conflict. This is Sarawak autonomy and practice. Compositions, Clause 4(1) sets the composition. The board will consist of chairman, deputy chairman, senior state officers, and more than 5 industry experts. Clause 4(4) ensures integrity by listing grounds for cessation of membership, including bankruptcy, corruption, or tree absence without approval. Clause 5 deals with the common seal, custody, and annexation. Clause 6 stated meetings shall be conducted in accordance with the scheduled good governance to build into the law. Yang berhormat Dato' Speaker, accountability and financial control, clauses 9 to 24. Clauses 19 states the statutory bodies, financial and accounting procedure, Ordinance 1995, shall apply to the board. This is the same standard as other statutory bodies. Clause 20 establishes the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Fund, controlled and administered by the board, subject to the direction of Majlis Mesyuarat Kerja Negeri. Clauses 21 lists the purpose of the fund. I want to highlight clauses 21, bracket F and bracket G. The fund may be used for approved and lawful investments and acquisition of share or interest in companies or property, and to pay any other expenses lawfully incurred in the performance of its functions. This gives the board flexibility to invest in mill, storage, branding, and marketing. But it must be lawful and approved. Clause 22 ensures transparency and audit. The board must keep proper accounts and have them audited annually by the Auditor General or an auditor appointed with minister's approval. Clause 22 bracket 3 and bracket 4 require audited statement, Auditor General observation to be laid on the table of this Dewan Undangan Negeri. Yang berhormat Speaker, Dato' Speaker, this is full public accountability. Clause 23 requires the board to obtain advance approval from Majlis Mesyuarat Kerja Negeri for its annual estimates of expenditure and any supplementary estimate, no spending without approval. Clause 24 requires the board to establish and manage a reserve fund within the fund. This is prudential financial management. We don't want the boards to collapse if there is a bad harvest or market crash. Dato' Speaker, Yang Berhormat Speaker, Clause 11, bracket 1 states the board shall appoint a general manager with approval of minister. Clause 11, bracket 2 makes the general manager responsible for administration and management and also secretary to the board. Clause 12, bracket 1 allows the board to create permanent or temporary posts with approval of Majlis Mesyuarat Kerja Negeri. Clause 12, bracket 2, allows appointment of person with requisite qualification and experience. Clause 13 makes the statutory bodies conduct and discipline ordinance 2004 apply to the jury manager in all persons appointed under Section 12. This ensures discipline and professional conduct. Clause 15 to 18 covers public servant status, delegation of powers, public authority protection, acts, and obligation of secrecy. This ensures integrity, transparency, and confidentiality of PAMA data. Power and function, Clause 7.8. Clause 7, bracket 1, gives the board power to do all things expedient or reasonably necessary for carrying out its function. Clause 7, bracket 2, lists specific powers from issuing license to commercializing races. Clause 7, bracket 2. Apa ini sudah lepas? Ini cepat komputer ni. Sudah. Okay. Clause 7, bracket 2, bracket M is the catch-all, do such other things it deems fit to enable it to exercise its powers effectively. Clause 8 set the function of the board advise government on strategic objective, implement development programs, promotes better connection, producer, register and coordinate all activities, provide technical advisory service, develop marketing strategy, and maintain international market for fatty or rice. Clause 8, bracket 1 to bracket 1, clause 8, bracket 1, sorry. Clause 15 to 18 covers public servant status, delegation of power, public authority, Protection Act, and obligation secrecy. This ensures integrity, transparency, and confidentiality of farmer. Komputer seni laju ni, Speaker. Sebab conclusion, from law to law house. This ordinance gives Sarawak a legal tool to secure our foods and our farmers. Clause 3 gives us the institution. Clause 4 gives us the governments. Clause 7, 8, and 9 give us the powers, function, and structure. Clause 11 to 24 give us the leadership, accountability, and financial safeguard. With that, I support this bill in full. I humbly ask the ministry to implement it in phase, starting with farmer support, data collection, and training. Let this board be the station that makes Sarawak rice competitive, make our farmers proud, and make our rural economy strong. Dengan ini saya menyokong bil ini, Sarawak Padi dan Beras buat bil 20206. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Kelima. Seterusnya Yang Berhormat Kedua.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker atas peluang yang diberikan kepada TVS. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development, who is a member for N69 Kemenang, for introducing the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 this morning in this August House. Dato' Speaker, before I proceed further, I would like to share one pantun, probably that is very relevant to what we are talking about and discuss this afternoon. Marilah kita menanam padi, padi ditanam di dalam bendang. Berbudi biar seikhlas hati, usah kita mengharap pujian. Food security is a national security. It guarantees all people at all times have reliable access to enough, safe and nutritious food to live a healthy and active life, and it is a basic human right. Allow me to draw the attention of this August House on some facts and some figures to assist in my argument this afternoon to justify why this bill that we are talking, this bill that we are discussing, it is very, very important, and it should get an all-round support from every members of this august house. Malaysia imports approximately 1.3 to 1.7 million metric tons, equivalent to USD 1.09 billion of rice annually to meet the domestic demand. And Malaysia's SSL have been discussed and been touched by my fellow comrades earlier on, is below 60%, creating a reliance on imports, primarily from Vietnam, from Pakistan, from India, Thailand, and Cambodia. It is an open knowledge that Malaysia's stockpile is sufficient to last only between 5.5 to 9 months only. So if you relate to how important this bill is, I think you understand where I should arrive at later on. Dato' Speaker, in Sarawak, rice is not only a commodity, it is the staple food of the rakyat and the foundation of household stability. It is therefore important for the Sarawak government to make sure that rice is available, it is affordable, and is sufficient to meet the needs of the people in order to maintain food security in Sarawak. In 2020, Sarawak's SSL level was 42%, and currently the current trend indicates that it has declined to a level of about 32 to 34%. This is not a healthy trend for Sarawak. To ensure food security, coordinated steps must be taken seriously by the government to arrest and to stop this declining or this dipping paddy and rice production. We knew very much, as per the minister's presentation this morning, we aim to strive for at least a 60% SSL by 2030 by producing about 240,000 metric ton to 500,000 metric ton per year by developing 14,000 to 15,000 hectares of new and upgraded granaries throughout Sarawak by planting high-yield varieties such as MR269, MR315, MR104 that are disease-resistant and is capable to produce about 5.5 to 8 metric ton per hectare. Now, understanding and acknowledging and realizing this situation that we are in, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Food, Industry, Commodity and Regional Development and his ministry and his entire ministry today on this historical and successful tabling of the bill. The proposed Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 is timely and necessary to strengthen the state's ability to regulate, support, and develop the paddy and rice industry in Sarawak in our pursuit to increase our SSL to 60% or higher, to improve our food security that relies heavily on imports. We knew this bill aims to strengthen rice supply security, to protect local farmers, stabilize prices, improve self-sufficiency, reduce dependence on imported rice, and ensure fair distribution for consumers. Dato' Speaker, in an era of global food disruptions, climate uncertainties, and rising prices, and geopolitical uncertainties, Sarawak must have a very strong institutional and legal control over its rice ecosystem. Dato' Speaker, I stand firmly in this house, in this august house, today to support the bill and to speak bravely to convince and to rally all the members of this august house on why the bill must be supported by all. But today, Dato' Speaker, I wish and I want to highlight 5 main reasons. The first one is to strengthen food security. The second one, to protect farmers' welfare. The third one, the third reason, to stabilize rice prices for consumers. The fourth one, to increase Sarawak's self-sufficiency level. Dato' Speaker, Sarawak, as we all know, has very large land resources and agriculture potential. We hope that this bill will encourage expansion of paddy cultivation areas, investment in modern agriculture, encourage high-yield, disease-resistant seed technology, and sustainable farming. This will help to reduce dependence on supply from other countries, particularly from Malaysia and the various countries that I have mentioned earlier. In this matter, the ministry perhaps can explore and look into the possibility of deploying a DBOT, or Design, Build, Operate and Transfer mechanism, an investment model and project delivery to improve productivity, to improve irrigation systems, improve water management, post-harvest handling, and improve farmers' income. Dato' Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of this august house on the situation in my constituency N21 Tebede. Di kawasan saya ada satu skim penanaman padi di kawasan Labak Payang. Kawasan ini telah diurus oleh Jabatan Saliran dan Pengairan Sarawak. Saya melihat satu peluang tercipta dengan penubuhan Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak ini. Kita berharap dapat membantu dan menolong penanam padi agar pengeluaran padi di kawasan ini dengan mengandalkan teknologi termoden untuk menarik minat para belia untuk berjinak-jinak dalam industri pertanian ini. Kerana seperti yang rakan-rakan kita bincangkan ataupun sebutkan sepanjang pagi tadi, aktiviti pertanian ini merupakan satu aktiviti yang tidak menarik minat belia kita pada hari ini. Jadi oleh demikian kita berharap dengan penubuhan badan yang baru ini, kita berharap program-program untuk menggalakkan para belia ini dapat diperkembangkan pada masa-masa yang akan datang. Dato' Speaker, the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 is a forward-looking initiative that puts the welfare of farmers and consumers first. In a world facing food insecurity and economic uncertainty, Sarawak cannot afford to rely entirely on external system for its staple food supply. This bill represents a stronger governance, better protection for our rakyat, and a resilient future for Sarawak. Dato' Speaker, allow me to repeat a classic statement from our Yang Amat Berhormat Premier when he launched Sumbangan Keperluan Asas Sarawak ataupun singkatannya SCAS. He mentioned he wants every family at least have smoke coming out of their kitchen. This bill, sir, is another important and major step to make sure that rice is not only affordable but easily available for our rakyat. This is another testimony and real evidence from a very able government that puts the interests of her people first. That's a government that must be supported wholeheartedly by her people. And that government, Dato' Speaker, is a GPS government. Dato' Speaker, with these arguments, N21 Tebede therefore fully support the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Tebede. Yang Berhormat from Mengemah, followed by Macan, Meradong, and Kelangusan. So you'll be the last, Tan Sri. Also, okay. Mengemah, please.
Datuk Timbalan Speaker, selamat petang dan salam sejahtera. Saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan terima kasih di atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan kepada saya untuk turut serta dalam membahaskan rang undang-undang Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026 yang telah dibentangkan di Dewan yang mulia ini. Saya juga ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Dato' Sri Dr. Siberundi Anak Utum, Menteri Industri Makanan, Komoditi dan Pembangunan Wilayah Sarawak atas pembentangan rang undang-undang ini dengan penuh komitmen dan tanggungjawab di Dewan yang mulia ini pada pagi ini. Datuk Timbalan Speaker, sebagai ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N49 Gemah, saya berpandangan bahawa rang undang-undang ini merupakan satu langkah strategik yang amat penting dalam memperkukuh keselamatan makanan negeri Sarawak, khususnya dalam sektor padi dan beras yang menjadi makanan ruji Sarawak. Saya mengambil maklum bahawa rang undang-undang ini bertujuan menubuhkan Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak sebagai sebuah pihak berkuasa pusat dan berkanun yang berperanan menyelaras, membangunkan serta memperkukuhkan industri padi dan beras di negeri Sarawak. Lembaga ini juga akan diberikan kuasa untuk menggubal perundangan berkaitan selaras dengan kuasa Sarawak dalam perkara berkaitan pertanian dan tanah di bawah Perlembagaan Persekutuan tertaluk kepada undang-undang bertulis yang berkuat kuasa. Saya juga dipahamkan bahawa tanah yang akan dibangunkan bagi tujuan penanaman padi akan ditetapkan sebagai kawasan di bawah tanah Kerajaan Sarawak. Langkah ini penting bagi mengelakkan sebarang petikan pemilikan tanah yang boleh menjejaskan pelaksanaan projek pembangunan padi di negeri ini. Rang undang-undang ini turut memperincikan tarif padi dan beras, termasuk semua spesies atau variti dalam apa-apa bentuk, serta merangkumi produk padi dan produk beras secara menyeluruh. Ia juga meliputi kuasa dan fungsi lembaga, penubuhan jawatan kuasa, pelantikan pengurus besar serta peruntukan dana serta kewangan. Datuk Timbalan Speaker, saya ingin menyentuh mengenai kawasan N49 Gemah yang terletak di bahagian Sibu atau daerah Ke-19. Setakat ini Gemah tidak tersenarai secara khusus dalam kawasan fokus utama penanaman padi berskala besar yang diumumkan oleh Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak yang telah tertumpu kepada kawasan seperti Tanjung Bijat, Stumbin, Lingga, Gedung, Sepau dan juga Limbang. Walau bagaimanapun, Datuk Timbalan Speaker, kawasan seperti Gemah masih mempunyai potensi yang signifikan untuk dibangunkan dalam sektor padi, khususnya melalui penanaman padi tradisional serta pengeluaran beras berkualiti tinggi atau beras khas yang mempunyai nilai pasaran yang baik. Berdasarkan keadaan setempat di Gemah Kenawit, pertanian padi yang dijalankan oleh komuniti setempat adalah berbentuk campuran antara padi bukit atau padi huma dan padi sawah. Padi bukit atau padi huma ini lazimnya ditanam di kawasan tanah kering oleh komuniti luar bandal, termasuk komuniti Iban dengan Sarawak mempunyai keperbagaian sehingga ratusan variti padi tradisional yang diwarisi turun-temurun. Sementara itu, padi di sawah pula melibatkan variti moden yang telah diperkenal dan disyaukan untuk meningkatkan hasil pengeluaran, antaranya seperti MR27 Kadaria, MR30, MR52 Menek, Masuri Line 17, serta variti lain seperti MR220 CL2 dan MR269 yang turut ditanam secara meluas di peringkat nasional. Keperbagaian variti ini bukan sahaja mencerminkan kekayaan agrobiodiversiti Sarawak, malah berpotensi untuk terus dibangunkan sebagai sumber makanan berkualiti dan produk beras bernilai tinggi pada masa hadapan. Dalam konteks ini juga Sarawak telah membuktikan keupayaan menghasilkan beras premium seperti beras Bario yang terkenal dengan kualiti dan reputasi tinggi di peringkat tempatan dan juga peringkat antarabangsa. Ini menunjukkan bahawa pembangunan beras berkualiti tinggi boleh diperluaskan di kawasan lain yang berpotensi seperti kawasan-kawasan di DUN N49 di Gemah. Datuk Timbalan Speaker, saya juga menyambut baik fokus pembangunan sektor padi negeri Sarawak yang merangkumi pembangunan infrastruktur pertanian, penggunaan teknologi canggih serta penanaman padi hybrid secara berskala besar yang disokong oleh pelaburan strategik bernilai kira-kira 1 bilion ringgit. Usaha ini dijangka meningkatkan produktiviti, memperluaskan kawasan penanaman yang berdaya maju serta memperkukuh keselamatan makanan negeri Sarawak secara keseluruhannya. Dalam hubungan ini, saya juga ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada kepimpinan Kerajaan Sarawak di bawah Premier Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Abang Johari Tun Openg atas visi dan usaha berterusan dalam menjadikan Sarawak sebagai hub pembekal makanan negara, khususnya dalam sektor agroekonomi. Datuk Timbalan Speaker, aspirasi Kerajaan Sarawak untuk mencapai syarat-syarat diri self-sufficiency dalam pengeluaran beras menjelang tahun 2030 adalah satu matlamat yang amat wajar dan strategik yang membuka ruang kepada pembangunan sektor padi secara lebih inklusif masuk di kawasan luar bandar yang berpotensi seperti Gemah melalui pendekatan teknologi moden, sistem pertanian bersepadu, sokongan infrastruktur yang berterusan. Maka dengan ini saya dengan penuh yakin dan bertanggungjawab menyatakan sokongan penuh terhadap rang Undang-Undang Padi dan Beras Sarawak 2026. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Gemah. Seterusnya Yang Berhormat Macan.
Datuk Speaker, salam sejahtera dan selamat petang. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this debate of Sarawak Padi and Rice Bill 2026. First, I would like to congratulate Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Stephen Rundi Anautom, Honorable Member of 4N 69 Kemenang, Minister for Food Industry, Community and Regional Development of Sarawak, for tabling this bill before this August House this morning. I rise today to give my full support to the proposed Sarawak paddy and rice bill. This bill is very important because it's not only about rice or farming alone, it is about security, rural development, economic stability, and the future resilience of Sarawak. Dr. Speaker, today Sarawak still depends heavily on imported rice to meet the needs of our people. Our rice self-sufficiency level remains low. That means that large portion of the rice consumed by our people still come from the outside of Sarawak. As long as we continue to depend much on outside supply, Sarawak will remain vulnerable to global disruption, rising prices, shortages, transportation problems, and international uncertainty. Recent world events have clearly shown us how fragile global supply chains can be. Wars, climate change, shipping disruption, and rising costs have affected food supply across many countries. When things happen, ordinary people suffer first through higher prices and supply shortage. Because of this, Sarawak must strengthen its own food security and improve our ability to manage our rice supply more efficiently. Dr. Speaker, one of the main justifications for this proposed bill is Sarawak's unique geography and demographic situation. Sarawak is very large, covering more than 120 square kilometers, and many of our people live in rural areas, remote settlements, and riverine communities. Delivering rice and supplies to this area is not an easy task. Transportation costs are high, connectivity remains challenging in certain areas. The realities faced by Sarawak are very different compared to Peninsular Malaysia. Because of this unique condition, federal mechanism alone may not always be sufficient to address the specific needs of Sarawak. That is why Sarawak needs its own legal framework that allows the Sarawak government to respond according to our local conditions and priorities. This proposed bill will allow Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board to be better coordinated local stockpiling, distribution system, production planning, and emergency response measure for the benefit of the people. Dr. Speaker, this bill is indeed to strengthen Sarawak food security and self-sufficiency. At present, Sarawak remains heavily dependent on imported rice, while federal law regulates import and national supply matters. It does not fully provide Sarawak with flexibility needed to implement state-led production expansion and long-term food resilience planning. This bill will allow Sarawak to take more proactive steps to increase local rice production, strengthen strategy, buffer stocks, and stabilize supply during emergencies or market disruption. This is not about replacing federal law. This is about complementing the existing framework while giving Sarawak the tools needed to protect our own interests and the welfare of our people. Dr. Speaker, this bill is also very important for our smallholders farmers. Many paddy farmers in Sarawak are small-scale farmers working on native custody rights land. Some still practice traditional farming methods passed down by generations. Federal legislation may not fully address the realities faced by these farmers, especially in the relation of NCR land, local farming practice, and rural development needs. This bill will help to close the gap. Dr. Speaker, it will create opportunity for the state government to provide better support through irrigation system, farm infrastructure mechanism, improve seed programs, technical assistance and development initiative aimed to increase productivity and improve farmers' income. Sarawak has also identified 7 high potential padi development areas such as Seriaman, Mukah, Kapit, and Limbang. These are areas of strong potential for expansion and modernization of the padi industry. However, without a proper state legal framework, coordination of large-scale development programs can be more difficult. This proposed bill will allow the state government to coordinate development effort more efficiently, attract investment, mobilize resources, and strengthen cooperation between agencies involved in agriculture and rural development. Dr. Speaker, I also wish to emphasize that this bill is drafted carefully to complement federal law and not to contradict it. The focus of this bill is on matters which the state responsibilities and powers, including production planning, local licensing, distribution management, buffer stock, farmer development and monitoring system, and land-related matters. This approach will strengthen Sarawak's administrative capability while remaining with the broad federal framework. At the same time, it reflects Sarawak's effort to exercise greater responsibility in managing sectors that directly affect the welfare of our people. Dr. Speaker, food security is no longer an issue we can take lightly. If another global crisis happens tomorrow, Sarawak must be prepared. We cannot afford to rely entirely on external supply chains without having our own system and safeguards in place. This bill provides the legal foundation for Sarawak to act quickly during emergencies, stabilize supplies, manage reserves, ensure fair distribution of rice across the state. This bill is about protecting the people of Sarawak. It is about strengthening our resilience. It's about supporting our farmers. It's about preparing for the future challenge. And most importantly, it's about ensuring that the future generation of Sarawakians will continue to have stable and secure access to food. Dr. Speaker, for this reason, I fully support the proposed Sarawak Padi and Rice Bill 2026.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Macan. Next, Yang Berhormat Maradong, to be followed by Yang Berhormat Telang Usan, Bawang Asan, Serembu, Opa, and lastly, Pujut, hopefully. Maradong, please.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker, for allowing me to take part in Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026, is tabled by Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development, and also a member for N69 Kemena. Dr. Speaker, the soil of sovereignty. We stand today at a crossroads between tradition and survival. For decades, Sarawak has relied on Padi Beras Nasional Berhad, or Bernas, and the kindness of global supply chains to fill our rice bowls. But we have seen in recent years those chains are fragile. With our self-sufficiency level, or SSL, hovering at a precarious 21%. We are not just importing rice, we are importing risks. The Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 is our answer to that risk. It is the legislative bedrock upon which we build our food sovereignty. Designed with a dual mandate, its primary goal is mass market food security, yet it also contains specific regulatory mechanism to protect and commercialize Sarawak's unique heirloom diversity. Madam Speaker, the dual track strategy for food security through the designation of paddy development area, we provide the legal certainty required to deploy the Ringgit Malaysia 1 billion infrastructure fund. We cannot ask our farmers to double crop with 19th century irrigation. It is hoped that this bill brings the water, it brings the mechanization, it brings the 60% self-sufficient level target within reach. The state government's recent plans to develop agro-park around Sarike, Petang and Muka are admirable. We hope the state will support more areas like Bintango to be developed into agro-parks too, while also allowing private sector participation in those zones. For heritage preservation, on the point of protecting our heirloom seeds, Sarawak has more than 500 varieties with informal names. We hope the board will facilitate the formal characterization and certification of these seeds, making them market ready, because this bill is their greatest shield. By creating genetic purity zones, we are legally cordoning off our barrio, biris, bajong, and other varieties from the risk of cross-pollination. We are not standardizing them into oblivion, but certifying them for the global stage. We are turning our genetic diversity into a geographic indication, ensuring our rural and farming communities get a premium price for a premium product. Madam Speaker, the human element, to those who worried about the autonomy of the smallholders, just look at the agro-park model integrated into the bill. It does not replace the farmer. It equips them and brings the drones, the Internet of Things sensors, and the modern harvesters that a single family cannot afford. It is how we make farming attractive again for the youth today. Madam Speaker, word of caution. With that said, in our rush to modernize, we must take care that we do not industrialize the soul out of our traditional grains. Furthermore, by creating a board to oversee the entire value chain, it moves beyond advisory roles into real regulatory coordination of production, distribution, and commercialization. If left unchecked, it could become a bottleneck. We hope this bill will prevent that. Unlike previous federal models, this board is a Sarawak first entity, as it is empowered by our own state-led under the Constitution. As it is empowered by our own state list under the Constitution. It is my hope that the board ensures that decisions made about Sarawak soil are made by Sarawakians for Sarawakians. We hope this bill will also encourage pilot projects and strategic collaboration between the board, local entrepreneurs, academia, and technology providers to develop precision agriculture, mechanization, irrigation, drone application, and smart farming solutions tailored especially for Sarawak's geographical condition. Madam Speaker, in closing, food security is not a luxury, it is a fundamental right, and we can continue to be a customer of the world, or we can become the masters of our own harvest. The bill is not just about farming, it is about sovereignty and technology. By shifting from a subsidy-dependent traditional model to a high-tech, high-driven statutory model that supports farmers and reward results. With that, Sarawak can de-risk its food supply against global climate and supply chain volatility. With the above observations, N46 Meradong fully support the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Meradong. Next, Yang Berhormat Telangusan, please.
Thank you, Tuan Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving Telangusan the opportunity to participate in today's debate and to express our full support for the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026, which has been tabled by the Honorable Datuk Seri Dr. Sivarundi Anak Utom, Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development Sarawak and member for N69 Kemana. For long, the public, especially Sarawakians, may not aware, but of late through daily transaction when buying food, it becomes clearer that food security has now become a global agenda. The world is facing uncertainties in food supply chain, climate change, rising import costs, and geopolitical instability. Under such circumstances, Sarawak cannot continue to depend entirely for the needs of the people living in the state. The establishment of Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board represents a highly significant, strategic and transformational initiative by the caring Sarawak government in strengthening the state's food security agenda while ensuring a more stable, sustainable and resilient food supply, especially rice production in the long term. Therefore, I too agree with all the other members of the August House who spoke earlier that the establishment of a dedicated body that focuses entirely on the development of paddy cultivation and rice production in Sarawak is highly strategic and forward-looking steps. The establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board is consistent with approaches adopted by many successful agricultural economies or nations around the world. For example, India established the Food Corporation of India, FCI, to strengthen food security, stabilize rice supply, manage food reserve, and support farmers. Through strong institutional coordination, India transformed itself into one of the world's largest rice producers. The Philippines, through its National Food Authority, NFA, focuses on emergency rice reserve, price stability, storage, and food distribution. This demonstrates that rice institutions are not only about agriculture, but also about economic stability, crisis preparedness, and national resilience. Thailand, through its Rice Department and National Rice Policy and Management Committee, has successfully modernized its rice industry through technology, mechanization, research, digital agriculture, and strong policy coordination, making it one of the world's leading rice exporters. Similarly, South Korea continues to strengthen its rice sector through government support for mechanization, technology adoption, and rice self-sufficiency. These international examples clearly show that countries which prioritize food security often establish dedicated institutions to coordinate rice production, technology, farmer development, and food reserve. Though Sarawak is not a nation by itself to compare with, our state leaders are far-sighted, knowing that future needs of our people, a hallmark of our caring leaders and government. Therefore, the establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board is not merely an agricultural initiative, it is a strategic and forward-looking step towards strengthening food security, modernizing agriculture, supporting rural development, and building a sustainable rice industry for the future of Sarawak. Tuan Speaker, food security can no longer be viewed merely as an agricultural issue, but rather as a matter of strategic importance and security for both Sarawak and the nation. In the current global landscape, we have witnessed how the world food system has become increasingly vulnerable to unexpected external shock, i.e. war. Sarawak cannot continue to rely excessively on imported food sources alone. We must build stronger internal resilience within food production system, particularly for rice, which remain the staple food of our people in Sarawak. Tuan Speaker, in this regard, this bill represents a comprehensive structural reform in governance of the paddy and rice industry in Sarawak. It signifies an important transition towards a more integrated, coordinated, and ecosystem-based management framework built upon the entire value chain. The paddy industry must not only focus on rice production alone, even rice stocks and agricultural byproduct can become valuable economic resources through biomass energy, livestock feed, organic fertilizer, and downstream industries. This is how we create a complete agroeconomic system for Sarawak. The proposed Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board will serve as the principal coordinating body connecting the entire industry value chain from planning of cultivation areas, irrigation, infrastructure development, adoption of modern mechanization, management of agricultural input such as seeds and fertilizer, planting system production, processing, storage, and marketing, right up to the end consumer. Such approach is essential to ensure that every component within the industry does not operate in isolation, but instead function cohesively as a well-structured and efficient system. Tuan Speaker, I would also like to especially highlight the importance of research and development, R&D, which is one of the key pillars embedded within the bill. Sarawak possesses a rich diversity of traditional paddy varieties with immense potential for further development. For example, Barrio rice, just to name one. These varieties are not only valuable as part of our heritage and local identity, but also hold strong potential to be developed into commercially competitive varieties that could fetch high price. However, this potential can only be fully realized through systematic, structured, and continuous research efforts. Therefore, the role of this board in coordinating the R&D agenda will be critically important. Through strategic collaboration among government agencies, research institutions, university, and the private sector, we can accelerate the development of new paddy varieties that are more productive, higher in quality, and more resilient to climate change and disease outbreaks. In addition, a science and data-driven approach which enable us to identify the most suitable seeds, varieties according to specific conditions of different areas across Sarawak, whether based on soil type, climate, topography, or other local factors, so that varietal selection can be carried out more accurately, effectively, and in alignment with local conditions. Mr. Speaker, Sarawak possesses vast and fertile land suitable for the modern and commercial development of paddy cultivation. With proper planning, I believe Sarawak can achieve self-sufficiency in rice production in the future. At this juncture, I would like to propose the board, once up and running, to conduct feasibility study on areas with potential to be developed into large-scale and commercial paddy cultivation areas in Telangusan and Baram as a whole. Among the areas with great potential are the Apoh region, Ulu Tinjar, and Middle Baram. These areas have extensive land, reliable water resources, and significant potential to be developed using modern agricultural methods. If modern agricultural development can be introduced into this interior region, it will not only increase the state's food production, but also create new economic opportunities for the rural communities. Mr. Speaker, I would also hope that this board will not merely function as an ordinary administrative body, but instead operate as a dynamic, professional, and result-oriented corporate entity. We no longer want, quote, business as usual, unquote, approach. This board must embrace a work culture centered on performance, profitability, productivity, and efficiency. Every project undertaken must have clear indicator of success, including economic returns, increased production output, and tangible benefit to the people. If we are serious about making the paddy industry a strategic sector for the state, then we must be bold enough to introduce new approaches, including the use of modern technology, mechanization, smart agricultural data, and more efficient farm management system. Mr. Speaker, another important matter is the involvement of the younger generation. Today, many young people perceive agriculture as a sector with little future. This perception must change. The board must take the lead in modernizing the paddy cultivation industry so that it becomes a modern, high technology, and profitable sector. Only when the sector becomes modern and financially rewarding will young people become interested in participating. We want to see the emergence of modern agropreneur among the young or among the youth of Sarawak as envisioned in PCDS 2030. Mr. Speaker, I am also of the view that the board should given the flexibility to obtain the best expertise available, including from abroad. If necessary, the board should allow to engage foreign experts who possesses deep experience in global paddy and rice industry. In fact, certain key positions could also be open to foreign professionals if such expertise is not yet available within the state. What is important is the transfer of knowledge, technology, and experience to the people of Sarawak so that we can build a truly competitive paddy industry. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would like to emphasize that the objective and mission of this board must be aligned with and clearly incorporated into the post-COVID development strategy, PCDS 2030 agenda. The development of paddy industry is not merely an agricultural issue, it is directly linked to food security, rural development, employment opportunities, poverty reduction, and the economic growth of the state. If implemented effectively, I believe Sarawak will not only be able to achieve rice self-sufficiency, but one day may even become an exporter of high-quality rice within the region. In conclusion, I once again like to emphasize that the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 is a highly important, timely and strategic initiative for the future of Sarawak. It is not merely the establishment of a statutory body, but rather a paradigm shift in the way we manage and develop the paddy and rice of Sarawak. Tentang keselamatan makanan dan hikmat merancang masa depan. Dalam kitab Tuhan, dalam buku Kejadian pasal 41 ayat 47 hingga 49, kisah Yusuf menyimpan gandum untuk menghadapi masa hadapan atau sukar. Quote, tanah itu mengeluarkan hasil bertimbun selama 7 tahun kelimpahan itu. Yusuf mengumpulkan sebagai bahan makanan. Sebagaimana kisah Yusuf dalam Alkitab yang merancang menyimpan makanan demi menghadapi masa depan yang tidak menentu, begitu juga Sarawak hari ini perlu membina kekuatan dalam pengeluaran makanan sendiri. Sarawak dikurniakan tanah yang subur dan sumber air yang banyak, seperti yang tertulis dalam buku Mazmur 65 ayat 9 hingga 10. Tuhan memberkati tanah yang menghasilkan makanan bagi manusia. Therefore, I humbly express my full support for this bill, as I firmly believe that it will serve as a strong foundation for the transformation of Sarawak's paddy and rice sector, while further strengthening the state long-term food security agenda in a more sustainable, resilient and progressive manner. Thank you, Tuan Speaker.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Langhusan. Next, I respectfully call upon Yang Berhormat Bawang Hassan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, for allowing me to participate in the debate on Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, I would like to begin with respond to what the Honourable Member for Badungan had to say about the bill. Honourable Member for Badungan raised the issue of past policy announcements that were not fully implemented, as well as some of the promises and plan that did not materialize as expected. It must also be recognized that many of those policies were federal government initiatives or federal government-driven programs where implementation challenges often involved multiple agencies, jurisdictions, and levels of different authority. And therefore, I would like to say this. We must be honest enough to acknowledge that there were indeed shortcomings. There were indeed delays and weaknesses in the past. Certain policy may not have achieved their intended objectives, while some implementation mechanisms were inadequate, fragmented, or lack proper coordination. However, instead of merely dwelling on the past shortcomings or dwelling on the past failures, the more important question before this August House is that what lessons we have learned and what corrective measures are we putting in place? It is precisely because of those past shortcomings and weaknesses and structural limitations that this bill is to establish the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board has become necessary. The board will provide Sarawak with a more focused, accountable, and coordinated institutional framework to manage our paddy and rice sector. It will allow the state to take a more proactive role in planning, implementation, monitoring, research, storage, distribution, and food security preparedness. The objective is to ensure that policies are no longer fragmented or left without effective execution. The board is intended to strengthen implementation capacity, improve coordination among agencies, modernize the industry, and ensure that food security policies are carried out more systematically, efficiently, and professionally. In other words, the establishment of this board is itself a response to the shortcomings of the past. We cannot change history, but we can certainly learn from history and build a stronger and more resilient system for the future. I think in general, people are not interested in endless political arguments.
Yang Berhormat Pengawasan, do you give way? Pedungan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Yang Berhormat from Bawang Asan. Yeah, that's precisely what I would like to know and get it from the Honourable Minister. What lesson have we learned? But by the way, my question is, it just happened that I raised the question on the 950 million that has been announced and allocated for the Jelapan Padi Batang Lupa project. And it just happened that from the record, Yang Berhormat Bawang Asan was the finance minister too at that time. Maybe Yang Berhormat Bawang Asan can enlighten where has the money gone to. Enlighten this Dewan. Where has the money gone to? 950 million.
You are asking for interjection? Hold on.
This is not a finance bill. This is not a finance bill, and I'm raising an objection under Standing Order 32.1.
What is that?
The question
32.1.
asking the ex-minister to actually answer that particular question. I think this is already off tangent. I think the minister will be able to answer.
It's all right, Kota Sentosa. This is, the member of Bawang Asan is speaking, and he has all the chances, he has all the right to reply to the question. I think
Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, let me say this.
Okay, carry on,
I was Minister for Finance for the past 20 years, as you know. But the particular sum of money came in fragmented manner, piecemeal manner. I really couldn't recall how the money was spent and so on. That came mainly from the federal source. So in a piecemeal manner, I don't know whether...
to be fair, Yang Muhammad Padungan, I think...
I couldn't recall...
To be fair, because time has lapsed so long. Hold on, I think we pass it to the minister, and you are not obliged to answer that at all. You are not obliged, Bawang Asan. You are not obliged, but... You may give some insight, but not obliged.
Let me continue.
Carry on.
We cannot change history, but we can certainly learn from it and build a stronger and more resilient system for the future. As I say, the people are not interested in endless political arguments over the past shortcomings or failure. I think we have to thank Honourable Member for Badungan for taking the trouble to revisit past programs and policies. Nevertheless, the people are more concerned. The people are more interested and are more concerned about the future than the past. They want practical solutions, stronger institutions, effective implementation, and real results that can guarantee food security and improve the livelihood of our farmer. The bill is therefore about revisiting old arguments. The bill is therefore not about revisiting old arguments. It is about building a better system for the future of Sarawak and ensuring that mistakes and weaknesses or shortcomings of the past are not repeated. This is why the bill deserves the full support of this House. This House must recognize that, Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, food security is no longer merely an agricultural issue. It has become an issue of national security, economic stability, and social well-being. As you know, recent global climate change, rising transportation costs, and interruptions of international supply chains have exposed the dangers of over-dependence on imported food supplies. Sarawak imports a substantial portion of the rice requirements from outside the state and from foreign countries. Such dependence leaves our people vulnerable to external shocks beyond our control. If exporting countries decide to restrict supplies, or if global prices rise sharply, our people, especially the people in the rural areas, will suffer greatly. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, we all know that Sarawak is heavily dependent on imported rice. Based on the latest official figures I could find, Sarawak's self-sufficiency level stood at only 20 to 25% in 2024 and 2025. SSL stood at only 20 to 25% in 2024-2025. This means that Sarawak has to import approximately 75 or more % of its rice requirements from overseas. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, as for rice reserves, Malaysia's Ministry of Agriculture stated in 2024 that the country had sufficient rice stocks for about 5 months nationwide, including Sarawak and Sabah. Specifically for Sarawak, the government's reserve store in the warehouses was about 33,000 metric tons. Based on the current consumption patterns and Sarawak low SSL self-sufficiency level, the state could face serious pressure should imports be disrupted for a prolonged period. Yang Berhormat Datuk Speaker, this is precisely why we must begin planning large-scale paddy development projects and gazette more land for paddy cultivation. It is also why the proposed establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board is both timely and necessary in order to achieve a higher level of rice sufficiency by 2030. Therefore, Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, the establishment of Sarawak Bill and Rice Board is not merely desirable, it is absolutely essential. The proposed board shall serve as a principal authority responsible for planning, regulation, coordination, and development of paddy and rice industry in Sarawak. Its establishment will provide a more focused and systematic approach towards achieving greater rice self-sufficiency while protecting the interests of both farmers and consumers. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, as outlined in the bill, I'm not going to go into detail as those have been mentioned by my fellow ahli-ahli yang berhormat, particularly clauses 7 and 8 relating to powers and functions of the board. These are spelled out in detail in the bill, clauses 7, clauses 8, clauses 8C, clauses 8D, and so on. Dato' Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, I must say that when it comes to power, it also comes with responsibility. So the board with great powers come great responsibilities. This House must ensure that the board does not become another bloated bureaucracy or a vehicle for abuse of power. Therefore, the legislation must contain clear safeguards and accountability mechanisms. Firstly, all major decisions, particularly involving borrowing, disposal of assets, incorporation of companies, or major investments, should require prior approval from the minister or from the state cabinet. Secondly, the accounts of the board must be audited annually by independent auditors and tabled before this House. The board should also be required to submit annual reports relating its financial position, relating to its activities, achievements, and future plans. Thirdly, strict conflict of interest provisions must be enforced. Board members and officers must declare their interests and should not participate in decisions where personal interests are involved. Any abuse of position, any abuse of corruption or misconduct must be dealt with firmly under the law. Fourthly, procurement or tender processes must be transparent and subject to proper financial procedures and internal audits. Public confidence can only be maintained if the board operates with integrity, with transparency, and with accountability. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, the establishment of Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board therefore represents a long-term strategic investment in the future of Sarawak's paddy and rice industry. It is about protecting our people from food insecurity, strengthening rural development, empowering our farmers, creating employment opportunities, and reducing dependence on external supplies. If properly managed, the board can become a catalyst for agriculture transformation and rural economic growth throughout the state. The challenges ahead are undoubtedly enormous. It's going to be very challenging, but if we do not act now, we may one day face a situation where food becomes scarce, prices spiral beyond the reach of ordinary people, and our dependence on imports become a serious liability. Therefore, I support this bill and urge this House to give it careful consideration in the best interest of Sarawak and future generations. In conclusion, Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker Bau Asan gives full support to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Bawang Hassan. As I explained earlier, Yang Berhormat Bawang Hassan need not be obliged to answer what was raised by Padungan, because though you are the finance minister then, yeah, but then you are not accountable now, all right? So we let it for the minister to reply. May I call upon Yang Berhormat Serembu, please.
Thank you, Dato' Speaker. Finally, after long awaited, I rise to strongly support and advocate for the establishment of a dedicated Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026, tabled by the Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development, and Adun for Kemenang. It is a strategic entity that is not only timely, but absolutely critical for the future of food security, economic resilience, and agricultural transformation in Sarawak. This bill is not merely about agriculture. It is about the sovereignty, sustainability, rural development, and the survival of our people in an increasingly uncertain global environment and the effect of global conflict too. Sarawak remains heavily dependent on imported rice, despite possessing vast land resources, abundant water, and favorable climate conditions. Our current sufficient level SSL for rice remains far below the desired level, making us vulnerable to external shocks, geopolitical tensions, export restrictions, climate disruptions, and fluctuation in global commodity prices. Sarawak cannot continue relying excessively on imported rice while our local farmers struggle with fragmented policies, outdated systems, rising costs, and weak institutional coordinations. Dato' Speaker, the establishment of this board would allow Sarawak to coordinate the entire rice ecosystem under one strategic framework, as what been mentioned in Clause 8 of the bill. Currently, responsibilities are scattered across multiple agencies, resulting in bureaucracy, duplications, slow approvals, and weak implementation coordinations. We hope by the establishment of the board, it will function as the central driver to spearhead policy executions, investment, innovations, and long-term planning for Sarawak rice industry. Mr. Speaker, with the ongoing crisis globally,
and the increasing price of essential items, such as foods and its related product, I propose that Sarawak sets an ambitious yet achievable target to increase our rice SSL to 60% within 5 years. This target must not remain merely a slogan, it must be backed by a comprehensive master plan with measurable milestones. Sarawak possesses extensive native customary rights, NCR land, idle land, and suitable lowland areas that can be transformed into productive paddy field. Almost all divisions in Sarawak have strong potential for large-scale modern paddy cultivations. The Department of Agriculture, with their expert field team, must identify strategic rice belts and develop them systematically with proper drainage irrigation routes and mechanization support. We take example of Taiwan, a small island nation with limited land resources, can still achieve strong food security and nearly self-sufficiency in rice productions through long-term planning, discipline, technology, and institutional reforms. Despite having a population of around 25 million people, mountainous terrain, and limited agricultural land, Taiwan transformed its agriculture into one of the most productive in Asia. For Sarawak, Taiwan's experience is highly relevant because both regions share several similarities. High rainfall and abundance of water resources, strong rural population and farming culture, strategic importance of rice as staple food, the need to balance the industrial growth with food security, and large rural land areas that requiring organized irrigations and infrastructure. To endure success, it did not happen overnight. It must be built through decades of coordinated government intervention and support. That is why, once the board is in place, we hope the success that we dream of will become a reality in the future. Mr. Speaker, traditional small-scale family-type farming methods can no longer meet future and food security demand. The board must lead the transformation towards smart farming technology, precision agriculture, automated irrigation system, AI-based monitoring system, mechanized harvesting, and high-yield seed technology. This is how countries like China and Thailand successfully increase their rice production efficiency. Sarawak must move from subsistence farming into modern commercial agriculture. One of the biggest obstacles faced by agricultural projects today is excessive bureaucracy and delays of approval. Many farmers and investors are complaining about slow land approval, complex licensing procedures, delays of irrigations and infrastructure projects, multiple agencies overlaps, and slow fund disbursement. The Paddy and Rice Board must function as a one-stop coordinating agency to streamline all process. Efficiency is critical if we truly want rapid agriculture transformations. Mr. Speaker, the world today is becoming increasingly uncertain. Wars, trade conflict, and monopolies, climate change, shipping disruptions, and the rising global food price have shown us one painful truth. And nations that cannot feed itself will always remain vulnerable. Food security is priority and national agenda. Sarawak cannot depending excessively on external supply for such critical staple food. The time has come for us to take bold actions and build our own rice ecosystem through this board. If we are serious about strengthening food security empowering rural communities, modernizing agriculture, and achieving 60% rice SSL within 5 years, then we must act decisively. Sarawak has the land, resources, and the capability. What we need now is political will, strategic coordination, and long-term commitment. The establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board is no longer an optional, it is a strategic necessity. Let us together build a stronger, more self-reliant Sarawak for the future generations. Dr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Serembu. I would like to call upon Yang Berhormat Opa, please.
Okay. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, terima kasih kerana memberi saya peluang second last untuk membahaskan rang Undang-Undang Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 706 yang telah dibentangkan di Dewan Yang Mulia ini oleh Menteri Industri Makanan, Komoditi dan Pembangunan Wilayah yang juga adun kemenang pagi tadi. Rang undang-undang ini amat penting dan strategik kepada masa depan Sarawak, khususnya dalam memastikan keselamatan makanan ataupun food security, meningkatkan pengeluaran padi dan beras, memperkukuhkan ekonomi luar bandar, serta menjadikan Sarawak sebagai Rice Bowl of Malaysia, sebagaimana aspirasi besar Yang Berhormat Premier Sarawak. Hari ini dunia sedang berhadapan dengan pelbagai cabaran keselamatan makanan, krisis perubahan iklim, perang, gangguan rantaian bekalan global, kenaikan harga makanan dunia, dan sekatan ekspor beras oleh beberapa negara pengeluar utama telah memberikan kesan langsung kepada bekalan dan harga beras di Malaysia. Kita semua masih ingat bagaimana negara-negara seperti India pernah menghadkan ekspor beras demi menjaga bekalan domestik mereka. Situasi ini membuktikan bahawa kebergantungan kepada import makanan adalah sangat berisiko. Oleh sebab itu, Sarawak mesti bertindak sekarang. Kepentingan rang undang-undang ini. Yang Berhormat Dato' Speaker, penubuhan Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board melalui rang undang-undang ini merupakan satu langkah berani dan berpandangan jauh oleh Kerajaan Sarawak. Buat pertama kalinya, Sarawak akan mempunyai sebuah badan khusus yang bertanggungjawab sepenuhnya terhadap pembangunan industri padi dan beras di Sarawak secara menyeluruh. Sebelum ini, pelbagai usaha pembangunan padi dijalankan oleh pelbagai agensi secara berasingan. Dengan adanya Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak ini, segala perancangan, pelaksanaan, penyelarasan, penyelidikan, pembangunan dan penguatkuasaan dapat disatukan di bawah satu badan yang lebih fokus dan efektif. Ini amat penting kerana industri padi dan beras bukan sekadar soal pertanian semata-mata, tetapi berkait rapat dengan yang pertama, keselamatan makanan Sarawak, yang kedua, kestabilan harga beras, yang ketiga, pendapatan rakyat luar bandar, yang keempat, pembangunan ekonomi, yang kelima, peluang pekerjaan, dan yang keenam adalah kestabilan sosial rakyat. Beras adalah makanan ruji rakyat kita. Jika bekalan beras terganggu, seluruh rakyat akan terkesan. Maka sebab itulah rang undang-undang ini sangat penting dan tepat pada masanya. Aspirasi Yang Berhormat Premier, YB Dato' Speaker, saya ingin merekamkan penghargaan kepada Yang Berhormat Premier atas visi besar beliau untuk menjadikan Sarawak sebagai pengeluar beras utama negara dan sebagai Rice Bowl of Malaysia. Ini bukan sekadar slogan politik, tetapi satu agenda strategik jangka panjang demi masa depan rakyat Sarawak. Yang Amat Berhormat Premier telah menunjukkan komitmen yang sangat jelas apabila kerajaan telah memperuntukkan sebanyak lebih kurang 1 bilion bagi pembangunan industri padi dan beras di Sarawak. Peruntukan besar ini membuktikan bahawa kerajaan benar-benar serius untuk mentransformasikan sektor padi dan beras kepada pertanian moden. Antara fokus utama termasuklah yang pertama, pembangunan kawasan jelapang padi yang lebih moden seperti yang telah disebutkan oleh rakan-rakan dalam pembangunan awal mereka tadi. Yang kedua, pembinaan sistem pengairan dan seleran. Yang ketiga, penggunaan teknologi moden dan mekanisasi. Yang keempat, penyelidikan benih padi yang berkualiti tinggi. Yang kelima, pembangunan infrastruktur luar bandar. Yang keenam, latihan kepada petani. Dan yang ketujuh, penglibatan anak-anak muda dalam sektor agromoden. Ini adalah pelaburan masa depan Sarawak. Jika Sarawak berjaya meningkatkan pengeluaran beras sendiri, kita bukan sahaja mampu mengurangkan bergantungan kepada import, malah berpotensi menjadi pengekspor beras yang berjaya suatu hari kelak. Keadaan semasa industri padi di Sarawak. Datuk Speaker, pada masa ini tahap sara diri beras Sarawak masih rendah dan kita masih bergantung kepada import dari luar negara dan juga di semenanjung Malaysia. Walaupun Sarawak mempunyai tanah yang luas, hanya sebahagian kecil sahaja digunakan untuk penanaman padi secara komersial dan moden. Kawasan penanaman padi Sarawak tertumpu di beberapa kawasan seperti Seri Aman, Kabung, Betong, Seratok, Limbang, Lawas, Kuching, Semerahan dan beberapa kawasan lain. Namun demikian, potensi sebenar Sarawak jauh lebih besar kerana Sarawak mempunyai tanah yang luas, sumber air yang mencukupi, biodiversiti yang kaya dan kemampuan untuk membangunkan industri padi moden berskala besar. Dengan penggunaan teknologi moden seperti precision farming, penggunaan drone, mekanisasi ladang, teknologi AI dalam pertanian, sistem pengairan pintar dan benih yang berkualiti tinggi, saya percaya Sarawak mampu melonjakkan hasil pengeluaran padi dan beras secara signifikan. Wabi Datuk Speaker, berdasarkan data pada tahun 2024, Sarawak mempunyai keluasan penanaman padi pada kira-kira 38.3 hektar dengan pengeluaran sekitar 83.7 tan metrik setahun dan 50.2 tan metrik beras setiap tahun. Ini melibatkan kira-kira 66.723 petani yang mengusahakan padi. Sebanyak 14.000 hektar kawasan baru telah dikenal pasti untuk penanaman padi. Walau bagaimanapun, hasil pengeluaran padi semasa masih agak rendah, iaitu sekitar 1.3 tan sehektar berbanding dengan purata kebangsaan sekitar 3.7 tan sehektar. Dengan penyelarasan yang teratur, sistem pengairan dan seleran moden, mekanisasi, teknologi, benih yang berkualiti tinggi, serta kaedah pertanian saintifik, Sarawak mampu mempunyai potensi besar untuk meningkatkan produktiviti secara signifikan dan mengubah tanah pertanian yang luas menjadi kawasan sawah padi yang lebih produktif. Visi yang amat berhormat Premier Sarawak bukan sekadar teori semata-mata. Kerajaan Sarawak telah pun mengenal pasti kawasan pembangunan padi baharu berskala besar yang melibatkan kira-kira 10.000 hektar di kawasan seperti Sumbin, Lingga dan Tanjung Mijat di bahagian Seri Aman. Selain itu, rancangan peluasan pada masa hadapan turut dipertimbangkan di kawasan-kawasan seperti Semunjan, Lundu, Limbang dan Lawas. DUN Opar tidak terkecuali. Kita menyahut cabaran ini di mana 7 lokaliti telah dikenal pasti sebagai kawasan sawah padi yang sedang diusahakan oleh penduduk kampung, yaitu di Kampung Jugan, Kampung Tebaro, Kampung Rukam, Kampung Sedaing, Kampung Biawak, Kampung Sebako dan juga Kampung Jangkar dengan jumlah keluasan lebih kurang 1.089 hektar. Untuk membantu golongan petani di kawasan ini, peruntukan sebanyak 23 juta di bawah Greta Kuching Coordinated Development Agency ataupun juga CDA bagi DUN OPAR telah diperuntukkan untuk membina infrastruktur asas seperti benteng, sistem saliran dan pengairan, sistem peparitan, dan jalan akses pertanian. Sudah pasti usaha ini memerlukan pengawasan dan bimbingan berterusan, bukan sahaja daripada Kementerian dan Jabatan Pertanian, malah juga daripada Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak yang akan ditubuhkan kelak. Yang berhormat Datuk Speaker, ini jelas menunjukkan bahawa Sarawak tidak lagi mendekati sektor pertanian secara konvensional. Kita sedang bergerak ke arah pengeluaran padi berskala besar yang dipacu teknologi serta mampan dari sudut komersial. Di bawah kepimpinan Yang Amat Berhormat Premier, Kerajaan Sarawak kini sedang melaksanakan asas yang bukan sahaja mampu mencapai sara diri dalam pengeluaran padi dan beras, malah akhirnya muncul sebagai pengeluar beras yang utama di Malaysia. Dengan penubuhan lembaga ini, Sarawak akhirnya akan mempunyai sebuah institusi yang khusus yang mampu menyelaras pengeluaran, mengurus sistem pengairan dan saliran, mengenal pasti standard kualiti, mengawal kualiti pengeluaran, memperkukuhkan rantaian bekalan, serta menyelia pemasaran dan penjualan beras di wilayah ini. Kerangka institusi ini amat penting sekiranya Sarawak benar-benar berhasrat untuk muncul sebagai jelapang padi masa depan di Malaysia. Isu global berkaitan beras dan makanan. YB Datuk Speaker, kita tidak boleh melihat isu padi dan beras ini secara kecil. Hari ini dunia sedang menghadapi krisis makanan global. Antara cabaran utama adalah perubahan iklim, di mana banjir, kemarau dan cuaca ekstrim memberi kesan yang besar kepada pengeluaran padi dunia. Yang kedua, konflik geopolitik, peperangan dan juga ketegangan antarabangsa mengganggu rantaian bekalan makanan secara global. Yang ketiga, sekatan ekspor. Beberapa negara pengeluar beras mula menghadkan ekspor demi melindungi bekalan domestik mereka. Yang keempat, pertumbuhan penduduk dunia. Permintaan terhadap makanan terus meningkat setiap tahun, malah setiap hari dan setiap masa. Inflasi makanan, harga makanan di dunia semakin meningkat dan memberi tekanan kepada seluruh rakyat. Dalam keadaan ini, mana-mana negeri atau negara yang tidak mampu menghasilkan makanan sendiri akan menjadi sangat-sangat terdedah. Sebab itulah Sarawak perlu mempunyai dasar keselamatan makanan yang kukuh, di mana penubuhan Sarawak Padi and Rice Board adalah sebahagian daripada langkah strategik tersebut. Fungsi dan peranan Sarawak Padi Rice and Board. Yang berhormat Datuk Speaker, rang undang-undang ini jelas memperincikan fungsi dan kuasa Sarawak Padi and Rice Board tersebut. Antara fungsi utama lembaga ini adalah yang pertama, merancang dan menyelaras industri padi dan beras, di mana lembaga ini akan menjadi agensi utama dalam menggubal dasar dan pelaksanaan pembangunan industri padi di Sarawak. Mengawas selia industri, lembaga mempunyai kuasa untuk mengeluarkan lesen, permit dan kelulusan berkaitan industri padi dan beras di Sarawak. Yang ketiga, meningkatkan pengeluaran padi. Lembaga ini akan membantu memperluaskan kawasan penanaman dan juga meningkatkan produktiviti petani. Yang keempat, menjalankan penyelidikan dan pembangunan. Penyelidikan berkaitan padi, teknologi pertanian dan inovasi akan diperkukuhkan. Yang kelima, pembangunan modal insan. Lembaga ini akan menyediakan latihan dan pembangunan kemahiran kepada petani dan juga pemain industri. Yang keenam, menarik pelaburan. Lembaga ini juga mempunyai kuasa untuk mempromosi pelaburan dalam industri padi dan beras di Sarawak. Yang ketujuh, pemasaran dan pengedaran. Lembaga akan membantu meningkatkan sistem pemasaran dan pengedaran beras tempatan di peringkat tempatan dan juga antarabangsa. Yang ke-8, penguatkuasaan. Lembaga mempunyai penguasaan bagi memastikan industri ini dikawal dengan lebih tersusun dan berintegriti. Lembaga Padi dan Beras Sarawak ini bukan sekadar badan pentadbiran, tetapi sebuah institusi strategik yang lengkap dengan fungsi pembangunan, pengawasliaan, penyelidikan, penguasaan dan sebagainya. Ini selaras dengan aspirasi Sarawak sebagai wilayah berpendapatan tinggi dan sektor pertanian merupakan salah satu yang menyumbang ke arah ini. Manfaat kepada rakyat Sarawak. Yang berhormat Dato' Speaker, rang undang-undang ini akan membawa manfaat besar kepada rakyat Sarawak. Pertama, keselamatan makanan ataupun food security. Sarawak akan lebih bersedia menghadapi sebarang krisis bekalan makanan global kerana kita mengeluarkan beras sendiri. Yang kedua, peluang ekonomi. Lebih banyak peluang pekerjaan akan diwujudkan dalam sektor pertanian moden khususnya untuk golongan muda. Yang ketiga adalah pendapatan petani. Pendapatan pesawah dan petani dapat dipertingkatkan melalui produktiviti yang berkualiti dan pemasaran yang lebih baik. Yang keempat, pembangunan luar bandar. Kawasan luar bandar akan menikmati pembangunan infrastruktur dan ekonomi yang lebih pesat melalui pelaksanaan pertanian moden dan teratur. Yang kelima, penglibatan belia. Sektor pertanian moden boleh menarik minat golongan muda melalui pembangunan teknologi AI ataupun Artificial Intelligence, IoT dan juga inovasi. Minat belia boleh dipupuk melalui program pertanian adalah satu perniagaan melalui aspirasi pertanian moden. Yang keenam, pelaburan baru. Industri hiliran berkaitan padi dan beras juga akan berkembang dengan lebih baik dan teratur. Ini akan menarik peluang pelaburan baru ke Sarawak. Harapan dan cabaran kita. Pak, yang berhormat Dato' Speaker, untuk memastikan objektif penubuhan lembaga padi dan beras Sarawak ini dapat dicapai, perkara-perkara seperti berikut perlu diambil kira. Yang pertama, libatkan anak tempatan. Anak-anak Sarawak perlu diberikan peluang besar dalam penggunaan industri padi dan beras di Sarawak. Yang kedua, fokus kepada teknologi moden. Penggunaan AI, IoT ataupun Internet of Things, drone dan mekanisasi perlu diperluaskan dan dipercepatkan. Yang ketiga, pengukuhan infrastruktur, sistem pengairan dan saliran, jalan ladan dan pusat pengumpulan hasil pertanian berkaitan padi dan beras perlu diberi keutamaan. Yang keempat, jaga kebajikan petani. Kebajikan petani kecil berkaitan perusahaan padi dan beras tidak boleh dipinggirkan dalam arus pembangunan moden. Yang kelima, libatkan institusi pengajian tinggi. Kerjasama dengan universiti dan pusat penyelidikan perlu diperluaskan untuk menghasilkan produk padi dan beras yang berkualiti untuk memenuhi keperluan pemasaran tempatan dan antarabangsa. Sebagai penutup, yang berhormat Dato' Speaker, saya percaya Sarawak Padi dan Beras dan Rice, saya percaya Sarawak Padi and Rice Board Bill 706 ini akan menjadi titik perubahan besar kepada sektor pertanian di Sarawak. Kerana ia bukan saja tentang penubuhan sebuah lembaga, ia adalah tentang masa depan keselamatan makanan di Sarawak, ia adalah tentang masa depan rakyat luar bandar Sarawak, ia adalah tentang ekonomi Sarawak, ia adalah tentang maruah dan kemampuan kita untuk berdiri di atas kaki sendiri dalam menghasilkan makanan untuk rakyat Sarawak. Dengan kepimpinan yang berhormat Premier Sarawak, sokongan kerajaan Sarawak dan komitmen semua pihak, saya yakin Sarawak mampu menjadi kuasa baharu industri padi dan beras di Malaysia. Maka dengan itu, saya menyokong sepenuhnya rang Undang-Undang Sarawak Padi dan Beras. Saya menyokong sepenuhnya rang Undang-Undang Sarawak Padi and Rice Board Bill 706 ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Opah. Seterusnya Yang Berhormat Pujut. Hopefully you are the last one before the Minister winds up. Please.
Dato' Deputy Speaker, thank you for granting Pujut the opportunity to participate in the debate on the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. I rise today to express my full support for this Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 and to commend the Sarawak government, particularly YB Dato' Sri Dr. Stephen Rundi Utong, the Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development, for tabling this timely, strategic and forward-looking legislation before this August House. At the outset, I believe it is important for us to understand that this bill is far more significant than merely establishing another statutory body or administrative institution. In reality, this bill represents a long-term strategic commitment by Sarawak government towards strengthening food security, enhancing economic resilience, modernizing our agricultural sector, and preparing Sarawak for future global uncertainties and challenges. Dato' Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed how vulnerable many countries and regions were when international logistics, transportation, and supply systems were severely disrupted. Following that, geopolitical conflicts, climate-related disasters, rising fertilizer costs, inflationary pressures, and export restrictions imposed by the rice-producing countries further highlighted the importance of food security. We have seen situations where several rice-exporting countries temporarily restricted rice export in order to protect their own domestic supply and prices. Such actions immediately affected rice-importing regions around the world, including Sarawak. This serves as an important reminder that food security can no longer be treated as merely an agricultural issue. Food security is now an economic issue, a social issue, and more importantly, a strategic issue affecting the stability and well-being of our people. Rice, in particular, is not just another commodity. Rice is the staple food consumed daily by the Rakyat. Any disruption in rice supply or sudden increase in rice prices will directly affect ordinary families, especially the lower and middle income groups. Therefore, ensuring a stable, sustainable, and secure rice supplies must become a long-term priority for Sarawak. Dato' Deputy Speaker, today, Sarawak remains significantly dependent on imported rice to meet domestic demand. Based on recent figures released by the Ministry, Sarawak's rice self-sufficiency level remains relatively low at around 21%. This means that nearly 80% of the rice consumed in Sarawak still depends on imports. These figures clearly show the scale of our dependency on external supply. As long as we remain heavily dependent on imports, Sarawak will continue to be exposed to various external risks beyond our control. If global rice prices rise, Sarawak will be affected. If exporting countries impose restrictions, Sarawak will be affected. If global shipping costs increase, Sarawak will be affected. If climate change affects production in exporting countries, Sarawak will be affected. Therefore, Dato' Deputy Speaker, this bill is extremely important because it lays the institutional foundation for Sarawak to strengthen its long-term food security strategy and reduce excessive dependency on external supply chains. Dato' Deputy Speaker, Sarawak possesses tremendous agricultural potential. We have vast land resources, abundant water resources, and suitable area for agricultural expansion. However, in order to unlock this potential, we need a strong institutional framework, effective coordination, proper planning, and long-term policy consistency. This is precisely why the establishment of the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board is so important. The board will play a crucial role in developing and strengthening the overall paddy and rice ecosystem in Sarawak. Dato' Deputy Speaker, apart from strengthening food security, the successful development of the paddy and rice industry will also generate broader economic benefits for Sarawak. It can create employment opportunities, stimulate rural economic activities, strengthen the downstream agro-food industries, encourage entrepreneurship, and attract investment into the agricultural sector. This includes opportunities in areas such as rice processing, packaging, logistic, storage facilities, seed technology, smart farming systems, agricultural machinery services, and food manufacturing industries. Therefore, this bill should not only be viewed from the perspective of agriculture alone, but also from the perspective of long-term economic development and rural transformation. Deputy Speaker, while expressing my strong support for this bill, I would also like to raise several constructive suggestions for the consideration of this August House. Firstly, I believe the coordination between Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board and relevant federal agencies will be extremely important to ensure effective implementation. As we know, matters relating to rice and paddy regulation at the national level involve multiple federal agencies and institutions. Therefore, clear coordination mechanism must be established to avoid unnecessary duplication, overlapping jurisdictions, and administrative inefficiencies. I believe the establishment of strong institutional cooperation between the Sarawak and federal governments will be essential in ensuring smoother implementation of the policies, licensing matters, development planning, and industrial regulation. The ultimate objective should always be to ensure efficiency, policy alignment, and the best outcome for the rakyat. Deputy Speaker, although N74 Pujut is an urban constituency and we do not have paddy cultivation activities, this issue remains highly relevant to all of us because paddy and rice are among the most important staple food for our people. Food security is not merely an agricultural issue. It is a strategic issue, an economic issue, and ultimately a survival issue for every society and nation. That is why I believe the establishment of Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board is timely and important, strengthening Sarawak long-term food security framework. At the same time, while I support the need for proper regulation and governance within the industry to ensure standards, sustainability, and good agricultural practices, I also hope that the implementation of this bill will remain balanced and practical. Regulations should facilitate growth, productivity, and development within the sector and not become overly burdensome to the extent that they discourage participation or unintentionally strangle the farmers and industry players whom we are trying to support and empower. Deputy Speaker, while we pursue modernization and large-scale agricultural development, we must also ensure that the interests of small farmers and traditional paddy growers are protected and not sidelined. Many small farmers and traditional paddy growers, include those involved in hill paddy cultivation, have contributed significantly to Sarawak food supply and agricultural heritage for generations. Therefore, any modernization efforts must be inclusive and balanced. The benefits of development must not only be enjoyed by large corporations or commercial players. Small farmers must also receive adequate support and opportunity to participate in this transformation. I hope the board will provide continuous assistance in areas such as technical training, access to machinery, financing facilities, quality seed supply, modern farming techniques, marketing support, and infrastructure upgrading. Special efforts should also be made to preserve and promote Sarawak's traditional rice variety, which possesses unique cultural, nutritional, and commercial value. Deputy Speaker, I would also like to emphasize the importance of encouraging greater youth participation in the agricultural sector. One of the major challenges faced by the agriculture industry today is the aging farming population. If younger generations continue to view agriculture as unattractive or lacking future opportunities, the long-term sustainability of our food production sector may eventually face serious challenges. Therefore, I hope the government and the board will introduce dedicated programs and incentives, especially targeted at encouraging youth involvement in modern agriculture. This may include youth agripreneur programs, digital agriculture initiatives, smart farming incentives, drone technology training, access to financing, entrepreneurship grants, and technology-driven farming support. Today's agriculture is no longer limited to conventional manual farming methods. Modern agriculture is increasingly driven by automation, data analytics, artificial intelligence, drone technology, mechanization, and innovation. We must reposition agriculture as a modern, profitable, and future-oriented industry capable of attracting educated and technology-savvy young Sarawakans. Dato' Deputy Speaker, in addition, I would like to stress the importance of research, education, and talent development in strengthening Sarawak long-term food security strategy. I am encouraged that Sarawak government is already working closely with UNIMAS and other institutions in agricultural research and innovation efforts. This is a very positive step towards developing more productive, sustainable, and climate-resilient agricultural practices. However, moving forward, I would like to propose that Sarawak government further expand opportunities for agriculture-related tertiary education within Sarawak-owned university and higher learning institutions, and also include such courses and programs under Sarawak's free tertiary education scheme. This includes introducing more specialized courses and programs related to modern agriculture, food technology, smart farming, agricultural engineering, agrobusiness, and sustainable food production. By doing so, we can create more opportunities for our younger generation by pursuing agriculture-related studies and build a new generation of skilled local experts, researchers, and agropreneurs who can contribute towards the future development of Sarawak's agriculture and food security sector. At the same time, this will also help reposition agriculture as a modern, professional, and future-oriented industry that offers strong career and business opportunity for young Sarawakans. Dato' Deputy Speaker, this bill is ultimately about preparing Sarawak for the future. It is about ensuring that future generations of Sarawak will continue to enjoy stable food supply, stronger food security, and greater economic resilience. It is about reducing excessive dependency on external supply chain and strengthening Sarawak-owned capability to produce essential food supplies. It is about building a stronger, a more self-reliant, a more resilient Sarawak. Therefore, I once again express my full support for the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026, and I urge all honourable members of this August House to support this important legislation for the long-term future and well-being of Sarawak and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Yang Muhammad Wujud. So far, 31 speakers have spoken. The number of participation underscores the importance of this bill to the state. We have the minister going to do the winding up for us, and also another bill, a CDC amendment bill to do. Under the circumstances, by virtue of Standing Order 9.2, I allow that this proceeding of this Dewan shall go beyond 6:30 p.m. today. With respect, may I call upon Honourable Minister 9, 1 and 2 read together. I will call the Honourable Minister for Food, Industry, Commodity and Regional Development and member for N69 Kamana to wind up, please.
Thank you very much, Dato' Speaker. And it's a long day, very long day for all of us. Indeed, I'm amazed by the show of interest and support by the Ahli-ahli yang berhormat towards this important bill indeed. So I'm honored actually to be able to table this bill, this Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. And it shows how important the bill is to all of us. So, Dato', I also want to welcome back our Honorable Tan Sri Dato' Speaker. Thank you, sir. Have a good rest just now. Terlebih dulu saya ingin merakamkan ucapan terima kasih atas pembahasan yang oleh ahli-ahli yang berhormat kepada Sarawak Paddy dan Rice Board Bill 2026. Terutamanya ahli-ahli yang berhormat hampir semua ya. Yang saya tuliskan di sini yang berhormat ahli-ahli yang berhormat pada Peting Baru, from Tamin, from Meluan, from Balengian, from Telean, from Pelagus, from Lingga, Murum, Bukit Semoja, Pending, Padungan, Tanjung Batu, Daro, Batu Kitang, Kelakak, Baleh, Bukit Bangunan, Baklalan, Ingkelili, Tebedu, Ngemah, Macan, Meradung, Telangusan, Bawang Asan, Serembu, Opa, dan akhir sekali Pujut. 31 ahli-ahli yang berhormat. Tahniah dan terima kasih kepada semua. Saya juga menghargai cadangan-cadangan konstruktif. Cadangan-cadangan konstruktif. Dan idea-idea bernas yang telah dikemukakan oleh semua ahli-ahli yang berhormat semasa pembahasan. Cadangan-cadangan ini serta idea yang sudah tentu dapat membantu kerajaan Sarawak dan kementerian dalam melaksanakan dan menguatkuasakan Sarawak Paddy dan Rice Board Bill 2026 ini dengan lebih baik dan efektif. Tuan Sri Dato' Speaker, I wish to place on record my sincere appreciation to Yang Berhormat Dr. Haji Shafi bin Haji Ahmad. Not that I'm picking you selectively, but it capture my attention. Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N43 Daro for his support for the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill, particularly on matters on good governance, accountability, and responsible implementation. The honourable members' emphasis on transparent financial management, proper annual estimates, and audited accounts, which is something that all the board ought to do. The audited account performance monitoring through clear and measurable KPIs, as well as strengthen integrity and anti-corruption measures is both timely and appropriate in ensuring that the board operates effectively with credibility. Indeed, I wish to assure this august House that these will be among the key focus areas for us to move forward. And I also want to show my appreciation and thanks to Ali Yang Berhormat from Batu Lintang and Bawang Hassan, trying to give some pencerahan yang diperlukan. Thank you for doing my job. But next, I would like to make a correction, nonetheless, to the point raised by Yang Berhormat for Padungan on the Ringgit Malaysia 950 million allocation. The matter raised in the 2013 handset relates to the proposed NKEA 11 project in Batang Lupa, a federal government initiative implemented through the state government, covering a development area of 5,100 hectares with an estimated allocation of 950 million ringgit. The project was intended to benefit approximately around 5,000 participants and was planned for phased implementation. For the first phase, 200 hectares were developed with an allocation of ringgit Malaysia 21 million to provide comprehensive infrastructure up to the tertiary level, with Bernas appointed as the anchor company. However, the subsequent phases of development encountered significant implementation challenges due to the involvement of NCR land, native customary land. Most of the existing paddy cultivation areas in the locality are also classified as NCR land. As the development of the modern paddy estate requires land realignment to facilitate effective mechanization, as well as a more efficient and systematic irrigation and drainage system. Progress was constrained by these land tenure considerations. Unfortunately, concern from certain landowners for land realignment could not be obtained. As a result, infrastructure development had to be limited to the provision of a primary and secondary infrastructure, and that is what irrigation and drainage is all about, while existing land boundaries were maintained. From the year 2013 to 2025, a total of 1,306 hectares have been developed with primary and secondary infrastructure. As we all understand, has to be a complete infrastructure from primary, secondary, and tertiary. Only then we can see the sustainability of paddy planting. Involving a total development cost of 148.7 million ringgit. That benefited 664 farmers. However, following the completion of infrastructure works and the provisions of good facilities in the area, landowners have since utilized the land for other crops instead of paddy. That was lesson learned, particularly oil palm. These are among the things that we have learned. When the members asking what the lesson learned, this is part of our transformative plan that we have. Among the major transformations in the establishment of the board and the development of the paddy sector, we have several strategic policies. One of the key approaches is the development of paddy areas is on state land, first priority. And that will ensure long-term planning as well as a more orderly and efficient land use for agriculture purposes. Two, we have to gazette state land strictly for paddy development area to avoid this land after tertiary infrastructure being provided for be converted to other crops. Of course, more lucrative crops like oil palm and so on. These provide a stable foundation for large-scale agriculture planning, especially on paddy. The third one, the participation of a private sector involvement, public-private collaboration, because there's no way the small farmers could be able to do at a small way without new technology, without mechanization, and a small scale and so on. That is what we call subsistence. We have to move away from that. And that's the reason we need this a special body to be able to look into all what been said by Ali Yang Berhormat. Sansui Utama Speaker, the concern raised by Honourable Member for Pending are in fact not new. And these matters have already been addressed and form part of the Ministry's ongoing initiatives. Sarawak premium rice remains the only locally produced rice recorded by Department of Statistics Malaysia DOSM as being licensed for international export, including to Singapore, to New Zealand, Hong Kong, and other destinations. In this regard, the establishment of Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board with its dedicated focus on the development of paddy and rice industry will further strengthen effort to enhance the production and export potential rice, premium rice, in a more structured, integrated, and globally competitive manner. In addition, the concern raised by Honourable Member for Pending regarding the use of organic fertilizers, biomass, and the integration of green technology and the paddy and rice industry will be given due attention. Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board will play a key role in coordinating and strengthening research and development activities within paddy and rice industry towards a more sustainable, modern, and resilient agriculture system that is environmentally responsible in tandem of our PCDS 2030. In line of the Sarawak government aspirations to advance the adoption of green technology in the state agriculture development agenda. Thank you, Thomas Speaker. I have a lot to share here, but in time, because of time constraint, I have to consider my colleague next amended bill. I have many more, so I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the honourable members for your support in this August House for this bill. And I hope that the Yang Berhormat for Pending and Padungan will also extend their support to this bill. Thank you very much.
Ali Yang Berhormat, the question before the Dewan is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of the Honourable Member, Honourable Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development, and Member for N69 Kemenang be referred to the Committee of the Whole House. As many as our opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes if it, the motion is passed and referred to the Committee of the Whole House. The Dewan shall now resolve into the Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill which stands committed to the committee. The Dewan shall now consider the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026.
Clauses 1 to 52.
The question is that clauses 1 to 52 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as the opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes if it, clauses 1 to 52 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Schedule.
The question is that the schedule be ordered to stand part of the bill. As many of the opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes of it, the schedule are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clauses, schedule and title.
The Dewan shall now resume. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Tan Sri Rama Speaker. I wish to report that the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 has been considered by the Committee of the Whole House and agreed to without amendment.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan bacaan kali yang ketiga, Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026, Minister for Food Industry, Commodity and Regional Development.
Tan Sri Rama Speaker, I beg to move that the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 be now read a third time and do pass.
Ahli yang berhormat, the question before the Dewan is that the Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026 be read a third time and do pass. As many contrary opponents say yes, as many contrary opponents say no, the yes have it, the bill is read a third time and pass.
Sarawak Paddy and Rice Board Bill 2026. Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan bacaan kali yang kedua, Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026, Deputy Premier, Second Minister for Finance and New Economy and Minister for Infrastructure and Port Development.
We have a very long day today. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I beg to move that the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026, Amendment Bill 6 to modernize and strengthen the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Undangan, Cap 35, bracket 1958 the Principal Ordinance. The Principal Ordinance provide for the establishment, constitution, powers, duties, and function of the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak, the corporation, as well as for the matters connected and incidental thereto. Legislative history of the corporation. For nearly 7 decades, the legislative framework governing the corporation and its predecessors entity has supported Sarawak economic development and aspiration. However, the reality before us today is clear. Sarawak has evolved, our economy has transformed, and our ambition have grown far beyond what could have been envisioned when the legislation was first introduced in 1957. The legislative history of the corporation began with the enactment of the Development Finance Corporation Ordinance 1957, which established the Development Finance Corporation. In 1958, the legislation was subsequently published as Development Finance Corporation Ordinance, followed by the amendment in 1964 and 1965. A major milestone took place in 1971 through the enactment of the Sarawak Development Finance Corporation Reorganization and Reconstitution Ordinance 1971. This ordinance reorganized and reconstituted the corporation and redefined the corporation as Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak. In 1971, reorganization also ensured continuity of the corporation function, asset, project and undertaking, whereby all land, project, work, property, asset, powers, right and privilege held by the Sarawak Development Finance Corporation were deemed to have been transferred to and vested in the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak. Following the 1971 reorganization, the legislation was reprinted in 1972 as Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Undangan, thereby reflecting the corporation new name and reconstituted status. Thereafter, the principal ordinance continued to evolve through amendment made in 1976, 1979, 1984, and 1996, with the legislation subsequently reprinted in 2009, which remain the current version in force today. With the robust development and changes within Sarawak under the leadership of Yang Amat Berhormat Premier of Sarawak, a review of the Principal Ordinance has been initiated to ensure that the corporation is in alignment with the aspiration of Sarawak. This amendment bill, therefore, is not simply an exercise in legislative housekeeping. It is necessary and timely to ensure that the corporation remain responsive, relevant, and capable of supporting Sarawak's future economic aspiration and development agenda. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, salient features of the amendment bill. Allow me to enlighten the August House of the key features of the amendment bill, which collectively aim to position the corporation as a dynamic, credible, and forward-looking driver of Sarawak economic development. A. Amendment to the title of the Principal Ordinance. Firstly, the amendment bill proposed to rename the Principal Ordinance to Sarawak Economic Development Corporation Ordinance. This is more than just a change in name. It reflects identity, clarity, and recognition. It aligns the law with the name by which the corporation is already widely known, both locally and internationally, thereby strengthening its institutional credibility. B. A revision of definition. Secondly, the amendment bill update key definition to reflect modern governance practices. The substitution of general manager with group chief executive officer is a deliberate and strategic shift. It recognizes that the reality the corporation today is no longer a single entity, but a complex organization overseeing multiple subsidiaries and common commercial interests. This change sends a clear message that the corporation is serious about adopting global standards, enhancing professionalism, and strengthening confidence among investor partners and stakeholders. In addition, the introduction of the definition of secretary closes an important gap and reinforces the corporation governance framework, as currently it is not sufficiently defined despite its reference in usage in the Principal Ordinance. C. Reconstitution of membership under Section 4. Thirdly, the reconstitution of the corporation membership seeks to ensure that the right expertise is brought to the table. By expanding the scope to include any other relevant field, the amendment bill allows the corporation to draw from a broader pool of talent and knowledge, ensuring that it remains responsive, relevant, and capable of navigating an increasingly complex economic landscape. D. New provision for the Secretary under Section 5A. Fourthly, the introduction of a new provision for the appointment of function of the Secretary formalizes a critical role within the corporation. The appointment will promote good governance that complement the system. The provision strengthens accountability, enhance transparency, and ensure that the corporation operates in accordance with the sound governance principle. E. Enhancement of power and function under Section 11. Finally, the amendment enhanced the corporation powers, particularly in relation to the incorporation and establishment of companies. This is essential if we expect the corporation to compete, to invest, and to drive economic growth. Then we must ensure that it has the legal clarity, flexibility to do so effectively. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, we often speak about transformation, about progress, and about building a prosperous future of Sarawak. But transformation is not achieved by words alone. It requires action. It requires us to update our law, to strengthen our institutions, and to ensure that they are fit for purpose in a rapidly changing world. Tuan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I therefore urge all honourable members of this August House to support this amendment bill. I therefore beg to move.
Another minister to second.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second.
Thank you. Yang Berhormat, before I call upon honourable members to participate in the debate under Standing Order 31(8), I hereby limit all speeches to 20 minutes. Also, under Standing Order 32(1), quote, a member shall confine his observation to the subject under discussion and may not introduce matter irrelevant thereto. This is an amendment bill, so confine your observation to the amendment and do not reopen the entire principal ordinance. Any member wants to speak? Member for Pelagus.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the floor to participate in this debate on the Pertama Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026, which has been introduced by the Honorable Deputy Premier of Sarawak, Second Minister for Finance and New Economy and Minister for Infrastructure, Port Development, Sarawak, also the Assemblyman for N37, Bukit Saban. At the outset, I wish to commend the Minister for tabling this important amendment, which, in my view, is not merely a technical or cosmetic exercise, but a strategic institutional reform intended to reposition the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation, SEDC, to meet the demand of a modern, globally competitive and investment-driven economy. We must remember that this ordinance traces its roots back to the year 1958. That means the financial framework of cooperation was designed more than 6 decades ago. In a very different economic era, long before digital economies, renewable energy, its transition, artificial intelligence, sovereign wealth strategies, and high-value industrial ecosystem because central pillars of economic governance. Today, Sarawak is positioning itself as the regional energy powerhouse, a leader in renewable energy and the hydrogen economy, a hub for digital infrastructure and green investment, and also increasingly a serious economic player in Asia. Therefore, our institution must evolve accordingly, and that is precisely why this amendment is timely, necessary, and strategic. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, one of the most important aspects of this bill is the rebranding and renaming of the corporation from Pertama Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak to Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Some may say this is merely cosmetic, but respectfully disagree. I disagree. Name matters. It carries institutional identity and reflects institutional confidence. It shapes international perception. Branding matters, especially when Sarawak is aggressively competing for international investment, strategic partnership, and global economic visibility. The use of the name Sarawak Economic Development Corporation carries a more contemporary, internationally recognizable and investor-friendly identity. This is about positioning Sarawak confidently within the global economic ecosystem. This amendment also modernizes the governance structure of the corporation. Under Clause 4, the composition of the corporation is extended and strengthened through the inclusion of the State Secretary or representative, a representative from the Finance Ministry of Economy, the State Attorney General or representative, the State Financial Secretary or representative, several members with expertise in agriculture, industry, commerce, finance, science, and other relevant sectors. Why is this a very important reform? Because economic development today is no longer confined to one sector. Modern economic governance required integration between legal policy, fiscal management, industrial planning, technological innovation, and investment strategy. These amendments recognizes that really importantly is institutionalized expertise. This is critical because if Sarawak truly wants to become a developed and high-income region, then economic institutions must be driven not merely by administration, but by competence, professionalism, and strategic capability. The new corporation creates a more holistic governance ecosystem within the corporation. At the same time, it also welcomes the inclusion of professionals and individuals with specialized expertise. This is extremely important because economic development today is increasingly knowledgeable driven. We cannot continue relying solely on traditional bureaucratic structure if we truly want Sarawak to compete internationally. However, in making such appointment and selection, I sincerely hope that the methodology and process adopted will be fair, inclusive, transparent, merit-based. The credibility and effectiveness of the corporation will ultimately depend not only on the powers conferred under this ordinance, but also on the quality, integrity, and competence of the individual entrusted to lead and advise it. The inclusion of professionals must therefore not merely be symbolic in nature, but should genuinely reflect a diversity of expertise, experience, and perspective capable of contributing meaningfully towards Sarawak's long-term economic interests. We need institutions that are agile, professional, commercially aware, technologically literate, and strategically managed. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, historically, Sarawak has always faced unique development challenges due to geography, infrastructure gaps, and uneven economic access, especially in the interior region of Sarawak. Even national historical records have acknowledged the long-standing challenges of balancing development and socio-economic growth in Sarawak. Therefore, institutions such as Sarawak Economic Development Corporation, SEDC, play a critical role not merely on economic agencies, but as instrument of regional balance and inclusive growth. I also appreciate the savings and transaction provision under Clause 8 of the bill. This provision ensures legal continuity and administrative stability. This is important because institutional reform must never create uncertainty over existing proceeding, appointment obligation, or operational continuity. The amendment modernizes the institution while preserving legal certainty. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, ultimately, this bill is bigger than terminology changes. It is about institutional transformation, ensuring that Sarawak possesses modern economic institutions capable of attracting investment, competing globally, driving regional growth, managing strategic assets, and responding effectively to rapid changing economic realities. This bill represents one of those necessary institutional evolution because at the end of the day, economic ambition means very little to our institution remain outdated. Strong economies require strong institutions. Efficient economies require credible governance, and ambitious economies require institutions with the courage and capability to evolve. With that, Dato' Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I fully support Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you.
Member for Balingyan.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate on Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026. I rise today to express my full support for this bill because I believe the proposed amendments are timely, strategic, and necessary to strengthen Sarawak economic institution in facing an increasingly competitive global environment. Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, the bill is not merely about changing names, title, or administrative structure. The bill is about preparing Sarawak for the future. If our institution refuse to evolve, Sarawak will lose opportunities to those who move faster, think bigger, and act earlier. Today, economic competition is no longer confined within a natural border. Regions across the world are racing to attract investment in advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, digital economy, artificial intelligence, downstream industry, and green technology. Capital today moves toward efficiency, credibility, and vision. Sarawak therefore cannot afford to remain dependent on outdated structure and conventional thinking. Our institution must be modern, agile, and globally competitive if we want Sarawak to emerge as a leading economic powerhouse in this region. This is why I strongly support the amendment to rename Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak as the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, some may say this merely as a change of name. I see it as a change of mindset. The new name projects confidence, professionalism, and international relevance. It reflects Sarawak's growing ambition to position itself not only as a resource-rich state, but as a serious economic player capable of attracting high-quality investment and creating sustainable economic opportunity for our people. In today's world, investors are not only evaluating incentives and tax structures, they are evaluating the strength of the institution, the professionalism of governance, and the clarity of long-term vision. A strong population inspired confidence. Confidence attract investment. Investment create job, and job improve the life of the people. This is why this amendment matters. Yang berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, I also strongly welcome the amendment replacing the designation of General Manager with Group Chief Executive Officer. This is not a symbolic change. It reflects the increasing complexity and strategic importance of the corporation itself. Sarawak today is managing increasingly sophisticated economic ecosystem involving energy transition, industrial development, infrastructure expansion, digital transformation, and international investment. Such responsibilities require leadership that is strategic, dynamic, and capable of coordinating large-scale economic initiative efficiently. A modern institution requires modern leadership. If we want Sarawak to compete globally, then our institution must be led with global standard of professionalism, accountability, and corporate governance. Yang berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, I also support the proposed composition of the corporation involving representatives from Federal Ministry of Economy, the State Attorney General, the State Financial Secretary, and individuals with expertise in agriculture, industry, commerce, finance, and science. This is an important step because economic development today can no longer operate in silos. Economic planning requires coordination between policies, finance, law, technology, science, and industry expertise. Without proper coordination, even good development plan can fail during implementation. Sarawak possesses enormous strength and opportunity. We have abundant natural resources. We have renewable energy capacity. We have strategic geographical advantages. We also have political stability and visionary leadership. But resources alone do not guarantee success. Without efficient institution, strong governance, strategic execution, opportunities can easily be lost. That is why strengthening this cooperation is not merely an administrative exercise. It is part of building Sarawak long-term economic resilience and competitiveness. Yang berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, as elected representative for Balingian, I also wish to emphasize one very important matter. The success of Sarawak economic transformation must not be measured by the number of major projects announced in the urban center. It must also be measured by whether rural community genuinely feel the benefit of development. Development cannot stop at the city limit while rural community remain at the sideline. The people in our village, longhouses and coastal community also want opportunities. They want better road, stronger connectivity, more jobs for their children and greater opportunities for the local entrepreneur and SMEs. When we strengthen Sarawak Economic Development Corporation, we are ultimately strengthening the future of ordinary Sarawakian. We want our young people to find meaningful employment in Sarawak instead of leaving the state in search of opportunity elsewhere. We want rural entrepreneurs to participate in economic growth instead of merely watching development happen around them. And we want economic progress to be inclusive, balanced and sustainable. Yang berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, I also commend the provision concerning the appointment of the Secretary of the Corporation and the disqualification of individuals involved in bankruptcy, fraud, corruption, and money laundering from holding such office. This reflects a serious commitment toward integrity, accountability, and good governance. In today's economic environment, integrity is no longer optional. Investor value transparency, industry value credibility, the rakyat expect accountability. Without this integrity, even most ambitious development plan will eventually collapse under the weight of the mistrust of weak governance. This is why strengthening governance is just as important as attracting investment. Yang berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, I am also encouraged by the amendment empowering the corporation to establish offices or agencies throughout Sarawak and to incorporate companies where necessary. This provision gives the corporation greater operational flexibility to respond quickly to economic opportunities across the state. Sarawak is geographically vast and economically diverse. Different regions possesses different economic strength. Some areas have strong potential in agriculture and food production. Others are suitable for renewable energy, fisheries, tourism, manufacturing, logistics, and downstream industries. A mere decentralized and responsive operational structure will allow development initiatives to be implemented more effectively and closer to the rakyat. Yang berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, Sarawak today stands at a defining moment in its economic journey. We are witnessing rapid transformation driven by strategic planning, political stability, and bold leadership. But sustaining this momentum requires institutions that are modern, credible, efficient, and internationally competitive. This bill is not merely an administrative amendment. It is part of Sarawak's broader journey toward becoming a resilient, progressive, and high-income economy. It is about ensuring that our institutions are prepared not only for today's challenges, but also for tomorrow's opportunities. And most importantly, it is about ensuring that the benefit of economic progress are shared by all Sarawakians, from the cities to the rural heartland. With that, I once again express my full support for Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Speaker.
Member for Daro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Salam sejahtera, salam Sarawak maju makmur dan salam segulai sejalai. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for granting me the floor to participate in the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026, which was tabled by Yang Berhormat Dato' Ahmad Deglos Ugah Mas, Deputy Premier, Second Minister for Finance and New Economy, Minister for Infrastructure and Port Development, and also the Honourable Member for N37 Bukit Sabat. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I rise today to stand in full support of the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026. As we deliberate in this August House, we must recognize that we are at a transformative juncture in Sarawak history. Under the post-COVID-19 Development Strategy PCDS 2030, our state is no longer merely a participant in a regional economy. We are emerging as a leader in the green energy transitions and modern urban mobility. However, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, a 21st century vision cannot be executed using a 20th century legal frameworks. The Principles Ordinance of SCDC was first enacted in 1958 and has not seen a substantive update of this nature since 1996. For 30 years, the world has transformed, and today, this bill ensures that our primary economic vehicle, the SCDC, is legally and structurally equipped to drive us toward 2030, a modern corporate identity for a global Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Clause 2 and Clause 7 bracket B of this bill propose a change that is much more than cosmetic. By officially renaming the Principal Ordinance to the Sarawak Economics Development Corporation Ordinance, we are formally aligning our legislative language with the internationally recognized SCDC brand. In the world of high finance and international joint ventures, where SCDC is now a key player, brand consistency is synonymous with institutional stability. This amendment ensures that when SCDC sits at the table with global technology partners in Tokyo, Oslo, or Dubai, its legal foundation reflects a modern corporate and professional statutory body. Restructuring leadership for complex governance. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, let us look at Clause 7 bracket A, which replaces the title General Manager with Group Chief Executive Officer or Group CEO. To the casual observer, this may seem like a matter of prestige. This is not. It is a matter of functional clarity. The SCDC today is a massive conglomerate. This is a parent entity to high-stakes subsidiaries, such as Sarawak Metro, which is delivering our autonomous rail transit or ART system, and SCDC Energy, which is spearheading our hydrogen economy. In the conglomerate structure, general managers lead departments or hotels, but the individual steering the entire group multi-billion ringgit portfolio must carry the authority and designations of a group's CEO. This amendment also resolves a long-standing source of confusion with the organization. Previously, many subsidiaries and business units within SCDC Group also used the title General Manager for their own operational heads, creating ambiguity regarding the highest executive authority within the corporation. By formally elevating the apex roles of Group CEO, this bill establishes an unambiguous hierarchy so that in every contract, every negotiation, and every statutory filings, there is no doubt as to the level of executive authority being exercised. The Board of Directors built for Science and Technology. Translator Speaker, I wish to draw the House's attention to Clause 4 regarding the compositions of the corporation. This bill expands the board to formally include the State Secretary or representative, a representative from the Federal Ministry of Economy, the State Attorney General or representative, and the State Financial Secretary or the representative. This creates a powerhouse board that bridges the gap between state fiscal policy, state legal safeguard, and national economic alignments. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the amendment specifically includes science as a qualification field, as a qualifying field of expertise of the board members. This is a masterstroke of foresight as SCDC ventures into complex fields like hydrogen fuel cells technology, electrolysis, and automated repeat transit. We cannot rely on journalists' oversight alone. We need scientists and technical experts on the board to provide the checks and balances required for high-tax capital expenditure. We are moving from a board of administration to a board of innovation. Number 4, institutionalizing transparency, the office of the Secretary. Mr. Speaker, for many years, the role of the Secretary within the SCDC was an administrative reality but lacks a robust statutory anchor. Clause 5, Clause 5, which introduces Section 5A, correct this. By formalizing the appointment of the Secretary, we are institutionalizing the custodians of record. This bill mandates that corporate record be maintained at the principal office, ensuring a clear paper trail for every decision made. Furthermore, we are introducing strict disqualification criteria. Under this bill, no person can serve as secretary if they are an undischarged bankrupt or have been convicted of an offense involving fraud, dishonesty, or money laundering. This sends a clear message. The Sarawak government will tolerate nothing less than the highest standard of integrity in our statutory bodies, expanding rich regional penetration. Mr. Speaker, the amendment to Section 11 is particularly vital for our rural and semi-urban constituencies. It explicitly empowers the SCDC to establish offices or agencies in any part of Sarawak. We often hear that the call for development to be decentralized. By giving SCDC the statutory flexibility to set up regional hub, we are ensuring that the economic opportunities generated by PCDS 2030, whether in tourism, agriculture, or industry, reach the people of Daru, Limbang, Kapit, Betong, and beyond. This is about making the SCDC an agency for all of Sarawak, not just the capital. This includes by maintaining the existing entrepreneur development program under SCDC that act as a catalyst of entrepreneurship development system, especially in the rural of Sarawak, ensuring continuity and physical responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the drafting of Clause 8, which provides a saving provision. This ensures that all existing contracts, land titles, and ongoing legal proceedings remain valid. We are changing the engine while the ship is sailing, but this bill ensures the ship never loses its course. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note the financial implication. This bill will not involve the government in any extra financial expenditure. We are not asking for more money. We are asking for better tools. We are streamlining governance and enhancing efficiency so that the fund already allocated can be utilized with greater impact. Mr. Speaker, the SCDC is a heartbeat of Sarawak economic ambitions. If the heartbeat remains strong, the valve, our law, must be clear and unobstructed. This bill is a vote of confidence in our future. It is a commitment to transparency and not to scientific progress, and a declaration that Sarawak is open for business on a global scale. The principal ordinance has served us since 1958 and 1996. Today, we give it the strength to serve us until 2030 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, as someone who formerly and proudly served as one of the SCDC directors, Daru begs to support the bill. Thank you.
Member for Kedua.
Terima kasih Yang Berhormatan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker kerana memberi peluang dan ruang untuk saya terlibat sama dalam perbahasan rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 pada petang ini di Dewan yang mulia ini. Terlebih dahulu saya ucapkan syabas dan tahniah kepada Yang Berhormat Timbalan Premier Sarawak selaku Menteri Keuangan dan Ekonomi Baru Kedua dan juga Menteri Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Pelabuhan yang juga ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri bagi kawasan DUN N37 Bukit Saban kerana berjaya membentangkan bil sebentar tadi. Yang Berhormatan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, sebagai salah seorang mantan pegawai SCDC Sarawak, saya terpanggil untuk berdiri untuk menyatakan sokongan penuh terhadap rang Undang-Undang Pindaan 2026 yang dibentangkan demi memperkukuh hala tuju dan keupayaan perbadanan dalam menghadapi cabaran ekonomi masa hadapan. Pindaan yang dicadangkan ini bukan sekadar perubahan dari segi nama atau struktur pentadbiran semata-mata, tetapi merupakan satu langkah strategik bagi memastikan perbadanan terus relevan, terus kompetitif, selari dengan perkembangan ekonomi global serta aspirasi pembangunan Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, pindaan pertama melibatkan pertukaran nama daripada Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak kepada Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Perubahan ini amat signifikan kerana ia memberikan identiti yang lebih moden, profesional dan mudah dikenali di peringkat antarabangsa. Dalam era ekonomi global hari ini, penggunaan nama dalam bahasa Inggeris memudahkan urusan pelaburan, kerjasama strategik serta promosi ekonomi dengan pihak luar negara. Nama baharu ini juga mencerminkan imej korporat yang lebih dinamik dan progresif sejajar dengan aspirasi Sarawak untuk menjadi sebuah ekonomi maju, berteraskan inovasi, pelaburan dan pembangunan mampan. Selain itu, penjenamaan semula ini dapat meningkatkan keyakinan pelabur asing kerana ia menampilkan imej organisasi yang lebih global dan mesra perniagaan. Pindaan seterusnya ialah mengenai pelantikan Setiausaha Perbadanan. Pelantikan jawatan ini amat penting bagi memastikan tadbir urus perbadanan berjalan dengan lebih tersusun, lebih telus dan lebih berkesan. Setiausaha Perbadanan berperanan memastikan setiap keputusan, setiap dasar dan setiap urusan pentadbiran memenuhi kehendak undang-undang serta prinsip tadbir urus korporat yang baik. Dengan adanya jawatan ini, penyelarasan antara pihak pengurusan dan ahli lembaga dapat diperkukuhkan sekaligus meningkatkan kecekapan dalam proses membuat keputusan. Ini juga dapat mengurangkan risiko kelemahan pentadbiran serta memperkukuh integriti institusi perbadanan. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, pindaan ketiga melibatkan perubahan jawatan General Manager kepada Group Executive Officer. Perubahan ini bukan sekadar peruntukan gelaran, tetapi mencerminkan transformasi fungsi dan tanggungjawab kepimpinan yang lebih luas serta strategik. Istilah Group Executive Officer lebih sesuai digunakan dalam struktur korporat moden kerana ia menunjukkan peranan kepimpinan yang merangkumi keseluruhan kumpulan organisasi termasuk anak syarikat dan entiti berkaitan. Jawatan ini juga memberi imej kepimpinan yang lebih profesional dan setanding dengan amalan korporat antarabangsa. Dengan struktur kepimpinan yang lebih jelas dan berwibawa, perbadanan akan lebih berupaya menarik tenaga profesional berkualiti tinggi serta meningkatkan keberkesanan pengurusan organisasi. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, pindaan mengenai komposisi baru perbadanan juga merupakan langkah yang amat tepat dan wajar. Komposisi baru ini membolehkan penyertaan individu yang mempunyai kepakaran pelbagai bidang seperti keuangan, pelaburan, teknologi, perundangan dan pembangunan industri dapat kita gembelengkan. Melalui gabungan kepakaran yang lebih menyeluruh, perbadanan dapat membuat keputusan yang lebih berkualiti, lebih strategik dan lebih berpandangan jauh. Pada masa yang sama, struktur baru ini akan meningkatkan accountability, dapat meningkatkan dan memperkukuh semak dan imbang serta memastikan setiap dasar yang dirangka benar-benar memberi manfaat kepada pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak. Secara keseluruhannya, pindaan ini membawa banyak kebaikan dan keuntungan kepada perbadanan. Dan antaranya ialah yang pertama, memperkukuh imej dan penjenamaan korporat di peringkat antarabangsa. Yang kedua, meningkatkan keyakinan pelabur dan rakan strategik luar negara. Yang ketiga, memantapkan tabi urus dan pematuhan undang-undang. Yang keempat, mewujudkan kepimpinan organisasi agar lebih strategik dan berdaya saing. Yang keenam, meningkatkan kecekapan membuat keputusan melalui komposisi ahli yang lebih profesional dan berpengalaman. Dan yang ketujuh, membantu perbadanan bergerak selari dengan aspirasi pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak yang progresif dan mampan. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, saya yakin pindaan ini akan menjadi asas penting kepada transformasi perbadanan ke arah sebuah organisasi yang lebih kukuh, berdaya saing dan dihormati di peringkat nasional dan antarabangsa. Dengan itu, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker terbeduk menyokong rang Undang-Undang Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Pindaan 2026 ini untuk diterima dan diluluskan oleh Dewan yang mulia ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Member for Lingga.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sarawak Maju Makmur. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker kerana memberi peluang kepada saya untuk mengambil bahagian dalam perbahasan atas bacaan kali yang kedua Rang Undang-Undang Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 yang dibentangkan oleh Yang Berhormat Timbalan Premier Menteri Kewangan dan Ekonomi Baru, Kedua, Menteri Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Pelabuhan dan Ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N37 Bukit Saban. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, rang undang-undang ini pada zahirnya mungkin dilihat sebagai pindaan, pentadbiran dan penstrukturan semula organisasi. Namun pada pandangan saya, pindaan ini jauh lebih besar maknanya. Ia merupakan satu langkah strategik untuk memperkukuh SCDC sebagai sebuah state-owned enterprise milik Kerajaan Sarawak yang akan menjadi antara tonggak utama pembangunan ekonomi negeri pada masa hadapan. Melalui Kuasa 2, rang undang-undang ini meminda nama Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak kepada Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Perubahan ini bukan sekadar pertukaran nama yang melambangkan transformasi SCDC daripada sebuah agensi pembangunan tradisional kepada sebuah institusi ekonomi strategik negeri yang lebih moden, dinamik dan berorientasikan global. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, sebagai state-owned enterprise, SCDC tidak boleh hanya dilihat sebagai entiti yang mengejar keuntungan korporat semata-mata. SCDC mesti menjadi instrumen ekonomi kerajaan untuk menjaga kestabilan ekonomi rakyat, memperkukuh industri tempatan dan membantu Sarawak menghadapi ketidaktentuan ekonomi dunia. Hari ini dunia sedang berhadapan dengan konflik geopolitik, perang perdagangan, gangguan rantaian bekalan global dan kenaikan harga bahan mentah yang sangat mendadak. Kesan ini amat dirasai oleh SME dan kontraktor kecil tempatan. Di kawasan luar bandar seperti Lingga, Sri Aman, Meludam dan kawasan sekitarnya, ramai kontraktor kecil berhadapan tekanan besar akibat kenaikan harga simen, besi, batu agregat dan kos logistik. Ada projek yang hampir tidak dapat diteruskan kerana margin keuntungan terlalu kecil sedangkan harga bahan berubah secara mendadak. Sebab itu saya berpandangan bahawa dalam keadaan ekonomi global hari ini, peranan state-owned enterprise seperti SCDC menjadi semakin penting. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, melalui Kuasa 4 yang meminda Seksyen 4 Ordinan Utama, struktur korporasi diperkukuh dengan pengambilan Wakil Kementerian Ekonomi Persekutuan, Peguam Besar Negeri, Setiausaha Kewangan Negeri serta ahli profesional dalam bidang pertanian, industri, perdagangan, kewangan dan sains. Saya menyambut baik pindaan ini kerana ekonomi moden memerlukan kepakaran pelbagai disiplin. Namun saya juga berharap suara industri tempatan, SME dan kontraktor kecil turut diberikan perhatian kerana mereka lah yang paling terkesan dengan keadaan ekonomi semasa. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, kita juga perlu melihat contoh kejayaan syarikat milik kerajaan di negara lain sebagai panduan untuk membawa SCDC ke tahap lebih tinggi. Sebagai contoh, Singapura membangunkan Temasek Holding sebagai syarikat pelaburan strategik milik negara. Temasek bukan sahaja melabur dalam syarikat domestik tetapi turut mempunyai pelaburan antarabangsa dalam sektor kewangan, teknologi, tenaga dan logistik. Keuntungan akhirnya kembali kepada rakyat melalui pengukuhan ekonomi negara dan pembangunan sosial Sarawak juga boleh mengambil pendekatan yang sama dalam skala yang bersesuaian. SCDC tidak harus hanya tertumpu kepada pembangunan hartanah atau projek domestik semata-mata, tetapi perlu berkembang sebagai strategi ekonomi arm Sarawak dalam sektor masa depan seperti tenaga hijau, sekuriti makanan, logistik serantau, ekonomi digital dan teknologi pertanian. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, saya juga ingin mencadangkan agar SCDC memainkan peranan sebagai economic stabilizer untuk membantu SME dan kontraktor kecil tempatan. Antara cadangan yang boleh dipertimbangkan ialah pertama, SCDC memperluaskan program sokongan kepada SME dan kontraktor tempatan yang sedang menghadapi tekanan kenaikan harga bahan mentah akibat konflik dunia semasa. Kedua, SCDC boleh bertindak sebagai pembekal atau penyelaras bahan mentah strategik kepada kontraktor SME dengan margin keuntungan minimum. SCDC boleh melaksanakan konsep pembelian pukal bahan binaan supaya kontraktor kecil memperoleh harga yang lebih stabil dan kompetitif. Sebagai state-owned enterprise, SCDC mempunyai kelebihan dari segi skala pembelian, kekuatan kewangan dan jaringan yang boleh dimanfaatkan untuk membantu ekonomi rakyat. Ketiga, saya mencadangkan supaya diwujudkan satu Sarawak SME Resilience Initiative bagi membantu SME tempatan melalui bantuan modal kerja, digitalisasi dan AI, otomasi, pembangunan vendor bumi putera, akses import dan jaminan rantai bekalan. Kita tidak mahu SME Sarawak sekadar bertahan, tetapi mampu berkembang menjadi pemain ekonomi masa depan. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, di bawah kepimpinan Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Sarawak, kita dapat melihat bagaimana Sarawak semakin berani membina kekuatan ekonomi sendiri melalui Petros, DIBOS, tenaga hijau, ekonomi digital dan pelbagai inisiatif strategik negeri. Dalam konteks ini, saya percaya SCDC perlu menjadi salah satu economic arms of the state government yang bukan hanya menjana keuntungan tetapi menjadi pelindung ekonomi rakyat dan pemangkin pembangunan masa depan Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, akhirnya apa yang rakyat mahu sebenarnya sangat sederhana. Rakyat mahu peluang untuk terus berniaga. Rakyat mahu kontraktor tempatan terus bertahan. Rakyat mahu anak muda mendapat pekerjaan. Rakyat mahu ekonomi Sarawak berkembang, tetapi dalam masa yang sama tidak meninggalkan rakyat di bawah. Dalam keadaan dunia yang penuh ketidaktentuan hari ini, perang, kenaikan harga barang, gangguan bekalan dan tekanan kos hidup, rakyat sedang melihat kepada kerajaan untuk memberi keyakinan dan perlindungan. Dan di sinilah pentingnya peranan SCDC sebagai sebuah state-owned enterprise milik rakyat Sarawak. SCDC tidak boleh hanya menjadi syarikat yang berjaya di atas kertas laporan tahunan semata-mata. SCDC mesti menjadi institusi yang dirasai manfaatnya oleh rakyat biasa, oleh kontraktor kecil seperti di Lingga, peniaga kecil di Seri Aman, usahawan muda di Meludam, petani, nelayan dan anak-anak Sarawak yang sedang berusaha membina kehidupan yang lebih baik. Kalau negara lain mampu membina syarikat milik kerajaan yang menjadi kebanggaan negara dan pemain ekonomi dunia, saya percaya Sarawak juga mampu melakukannya. Kita mempunyai kepimpinan yang berani, kita mempunyai sumber yang kuat, kita mempunyai visi yang jelas dan yang paling penting, kita mempunyai rakyat yang mahu melihat Sarawak terus maju dengan acuan sendiri. Biarlah pindahan ini menjadi titik permulaan kepada sebuah SCDC yang lebih besar peranannya, bukan sekadar membina bangunan tetapi membina masa depan rakyat. Bukan sekadar menjana keuntungan tetapi memberi harapan. Bukan sekadar menjadi syarikat milik kerajaan tetapi menjadi lambang kekuatan ekonomi Sarawak untuk generasi akan datang. Kerana akhirnya kejayaan sebenar sesebuah kerajaan bukan diukur pada angka semata-mata tetapi apabila rakyat dapat merasai bahawa kerajaan sentiasa bersama mereka, terutamanya ketika waktu susah. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, dengan penuh keyakinan dan harapan terhadap masa depan Sarawak, saya menyokong penuh rang undang-undang ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Member for Telian.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Sebelum saya mulakan debat saya ingin merakamkan ucapan selamat Hari Jururawat Sedunia pada hari ini kepada semua jururawat di seluruh dunia. Terima kasih kerana beri peluang kepada saya Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker untuk turut serta di dalam perbahasan rang undang-undang pindaan SEDC pada petang ini. Selamat berhabai, salam Sarawakku sayang dan salam Sarawak maju makmur. Lebih dahulu tahniah diucapkan kepada Bukit Saban merangkap Timbalan Premier Sarawak serta Menteri Kewangan dan Ekonomi Baharu Kedua selaku menteri yang bertanggungjawab membawa usul Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 di dalam persidangan pada kali ini. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, TVS ingin menyatakan sokongan terhadap rang Undang-Undang Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment 2026 kerana pindaan ini bukan sahaja penting dari sudut pentadbiran, malah merupakan satu langkah strategik yang akan memperkukuhkan lagi agenda pembangunan wilayah Sarawak secara menyeluruh, progresif dan berdaya tahan untuk jangka masa panjang. Pindaan ini tepat pada waktunya ketika Sarawak sedang melangkah ke satu era pembangunan ekonomi baharu yang jauh lebih mencabar dan kompetitif. Dalam keadaan ekonomi global yang semakin dinamik, Sarawak memerlukan sebuah institusi pembangunan ekonomi yang lebih moden, lebih cekap, lebih fleksibel, serta mampu bergerak pantas selari dengan aspirasi besar kerajaan Sarawak di bawah strategi pasca COVID-19 2030 terutamanya. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, tujuan utama pindaan ordinans ini adalah untuk memperkukuh dan memodenkan struktur pentadbiran serta fungsi Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak SEDC agar lebih selaras dengan keperluan pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak masa kini. Menyedamakan semula SEDC, Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak ditukar kepada Sarawak Economic Development Corporation akan memberi satu imej yang lebih moden, profesional dan berorientasikan antara bangsa kepada perbadanan ini. Seterusnya, pindaan ini adalah untuk memperkasakan struktur kepimpinan korporat perbadanan. Jawatan General Manager ditukar kepada Group Chief Executive Officer GCEO untuk mencerminkan struktur pengurusan korporat yang lebih strategik dan standing dengan organisasi besar masa kini. Pindaan ini bukan sekadar berfokus hanya kepada rebranding, tetapi ia membawa simbol transformasi besar terhadap hala tuju pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak yang matang, berwawasan dan berpaksikan masa depan wilayah Sarawak yang menjamin keharmonian dan sudah semestinya demi kesejahteraan rakyat. Ia mencerminkan kesungguhan kerajaan Sarawak untuk memastikan institusi pembangunan ekonomi wilayah ini sentiasa relevan dan bersedia menghadapi cabaran ekonomi dunia yang semakin kompleks. Kita dapat melihat dengan jelas bagaimana Sarawak hari ini berjaya muncul sebagai antara wilayah paling progresif di Malaysia melalui pelbagai inisiatif strategik yang dilaksanakan di bawah kepimpinan berwawasan yang amat berhormat Premier Sarawak. Antaranya termasuklah pembangunan ekonomi hidrogen, tenaga hijau, ekonomi digital, pembangunan industri hiliran, keselamatan makanan, teknologi dan inovasi, pembangunan infrastruktur moden serta pembangunan modal insan yang semakin agresif dan tersusun. Maka sudah tentu institusi seperti SEDC juga perlu diperkasakan agar mampu memainkan peranan yang lebih besar sebagai pemacu utama pertumbuhan ekonomi Sarawak pada masa hadapan. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, TVS melihat antara kekuatan utama pindaan ini adalah usaha memperkemas struktur tadbir urus korporat perbadanan dengan melibatkan pelbagai pihak yang mempunyai kepakaran dan pengalaman luas dalam pelbagai bidang strategik. Pendekatan ini amat penting kerana dunia ekonomi hari ini tidak lagi boleh digerakkan hanya melalui pendekatan konvensional. Sebaliknya, ia memerlukan sistem pentadbiran yang profesional, cekap, telus dan berteraskan kepakaran yang pelbagai. Dengan pelibatan pihak pentadbiran kerajaan, kewangan, perundangan serta tenaga profesional dari pelbagai sektor, Talian yakin setiap keputusan strategik yang dibuat oleh Perbadanan akan menjadi lebih berkualiti, lebih diyakini serta mampu memberikan impak besar kepada pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak secara keseluruhan. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, Talian juga percaya binaan ini sangat penting dalam memastikan Sarawak terus berada di hadapan berbanding wilayah-wilayah lain dalam aspek pembangunan ekonomi. Hari ini Sarawak bukan lagi sekadar wilayah pengeluar sumber mentah semata-mata. Sarawak sedang berubah menjadi sebuah wilayah ekonomi moden yang memberi penekanan kepada ekonomi bernilai tinggi, teknologi hijau, inovasi dan pembangunan lestari. Dalam konteks ini, SEDC perlu mempunyai kuasa, struktur dan keupayaan yang lebih kukuh untuk terus memacu pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak secara strategik dan mampan. Peranan utama SEDC adalah untuk merancang, melaksana dan menyelaras pelbagai aktiviti pembangunan ekonomi yang memberi manfaat terus kepada rakyat serta memperkukuhkan kedudukan ekonomi Sarawak secara keseluruhannya. Pindaan yang membolehkan Perbadanan menubuhkan pejabat dan agensi di pelbagai bahagian di Sarawak merupakan satu langkah yang sangat baik kerana ia akan membantu mempercepatkan penyampaian perancangan pembangunan ekonomi kepada rakyat terutamanya yang berada di peringkat akar umbi. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, akhir sekali, Talian percaya pindaan ordinan ini merupakan salah satu langkah yang sangat progresif dan berpandangan jauh dalam memperkukuhkan institusi pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak agar lebih moden, kompetitif dan sentiasa bersedia menghadapi cabaran masa hadapan. Dengan tabik urus yang lebih efisien, struktur yang lebih profesional serta sokongan padu kerajaan Sarawak di bawah pimpinan Yang Amat Berhormat Premier, Talian yakin Sarawak akan terus melangkah maju sebagai sebuah wilayah makmur, stabil, berdaya tahan dan dihormati di peringkat nasional maupun antarabangsa demi kesejahteraan seluruh rakyat Sarawak. Secara keseluruhannya, pindaan ini sudah pasti akan menjadikan SEDC lebih dinamik, cekap dan kompetitif dalam memacu agenda pembangunan ekonomi Sarawak, khususnya dalam menghadapi cabaran ekonomi baru, pelaburan strategik dan pembangunan jangka panjang wilayah Sarawak. Dengan itu, Talian menyokong sepenuhnya rang Undang-Undang Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak pindaan 2026 ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Member for Murung.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker. Selamat petang, salam sejahtera, salam Sarawak maju dan makmur, salam segulai sejalai. Pertama sekali saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan kepada Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker kerana memberikan peluang kepada saya untuk mengambil bahagian dalam membahaskan rang Undang-Undang Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 yang telah dibentang oleh Timbalan Premier, Menteri Kewangan dan Ekonomi Baru, Kedua, Menteri Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Pelabuhan dan ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri N37 Bukit Saban. Saya bangkit pada petang ini untuk menyatakan sokongan penuh terhadap pindaan ini kerana saya percaya ia merupakan satu langkah yang penting, relevan dan strategik dalam memperkukuhkan institusi pembangunan ekonomi negeri selaras dengan aspirasi Sarawak menuju ekonomi masa depan yang lebih mampan, moden dan berdaya saing. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, pindaan ini bukan sekadar perubahan teknikal terhadap ordinan sedia ada, tetapi sebenarnya mencerminkan satu transformasi institusi yang lebih besar dalam memastikan Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak atau SEDC terus relevan dengan perubahan lanskap ekonomi global dan keperluan pembangunan negeri pada masa hadapan. Melalui pindaan ini, beberapa perkara penting telah dicadangkan, termasuk penstrukturan semula komposisi korporat, pelantikan jawatan kuasa setiausaha korporat, pengukuhan kuasa perbadanan serta penjenamaan semula organisasi daripada Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak kepada Sarawak Economic Development Cooperative SEDC. Selain itu, perubahan istilah daripada General Manager kepada Group Chief Executive Officer juga menunjukkan bahawa organisasi ini sedang bergerak ke arah model tabir urus korporat yang lebih moden, profesional dan strategik. Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, saya melihat pindaan ini amat bertepatan dengan inisiatif Kerajaan Sarawak dalam memperkukuhkan peranan State-Owned Enterprises SOE sebagai pemacu utama pembangunan ekonomi negeri. Hari ini SOE Sarawak bukan lagi sekadar agensi pelaksana biasa, tetapi telah berkembang menjadi institusi strategik yang memainkan peranan penting dalam pembangunan ekonomi, pelaburan, tenaga, infrastruktur, keselamatan makanan, transformasi digital dan pembangunan luar bandar. Maka sudah tentu struktur pentadbiran dan tabir urus state-owned enterprise juga perlu ditransformasikan supaya lebih cekap, fleksibel dan kompetitif. Kerajaan Sarawak di bawah kepimpinan yang amat berhormat Premier Sarawak telah menunjukkan komitmen yang sangat jelas dalam memperkukuhkan SOE melalui pendekatan tabir urus yang lebih profesional, berorientasikan prestasi dan berpaksikan keberhasilan. Justru pindaan ini sangat selari dengan agenda reformasi SOE Sarawak ke arah membina institusi yang lebih kukuh, lebih dinamik dan mampu bersaing di peringkat antarabangsa. Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, kita semua sedar bahawa lanskap ekonomi dunia hari ini berubah dengan begitu pantas. Persaingan pelaburan semakin sengit, teknologi berkembang dengan cepat, dunia kini bergerak ke arah ekonomi hijau, tenaga boleh diperbarui, automasi, kecerdasan buatan dan ekonomi digital. Dalam keadaan seperti ini, Sarawak memerlukan institusi pembangunan ekonomi yang mampu bertindak dengan cepat, membuat keputusan secara lebih efektif dan mempunyai keupayaan untuk meneroka peluang baharu secara strategik. SEDC perlu mempunyai kapasiti untuk bergerak seiring dengan keperluan semasa dan masa hadapan. Pengukuhan kuasa perbadanan yang dicadangkan melalui pindaan ini amat penting bagi memastikan SEDC dapat memainkan peranan lebih besar dalam menarik pelaburan strategik, memperkukuhkan pembangunan industri dan membuka lebih banyak peluang pekerjaan kepada rakyat Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, Sarawak hari ini sedang melangkah ke arah ekonomi baru melalui pembangunan sektor tenaga hijau, hidrogen, industri hiliran, ekonomi digital, keselamatan makanan dan pembangunan infrastruktur strategik. Kita mahu Sarawak menjadi pemain utama dalam ekonomi hijau serantau. Kita mahu anak-anak Sarawak mendapat peluang pekerjaan berkualiti. Kita mahu ekonomi luar bandar turut berkembang bersama arus pembangunan negeri. Dan untuk mencapai semua ini, kita memerlukan institusi seperti SEDC yang kuat, cekap dan berpandangan jauh. Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, sebagai wakil rakyat kawasan luar bandar dan pedalaman, saya juga berharap agar SEDC selepas pindaan ini akan terus memperluaskan peranan dalam membantu pembangunan ekonomi masyarakat luar bandar seperti di DUN Murum. Pembangunan ekonomi tidak boleh tertumpu hanya di bandar-bandar utama. Manfaat pembangunan mesti sampai ke kawasan pedalaman dan luar bandar. Kita mahu lebih banyak peluang kepada usahawan tempatan, belia, petani, pengusaha kecil dan komuniti luar bandar untuk terlibat dalam rantaian ekonomi negeri. Saya percaya SEDC boleh memainkan peranan penting dalam membangunkan sektor agropreneur, industri makanan, pelancongan komuniti, ekonomi digital serta industri kecil dan sederhana di kawasan luar bandar. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, saya juga ingin menyentuh bahawa pindaan ini tidak melibatkan tambahan beban kewangan kepada kerajaan negeri. Ini menunjukkan bahawa kerajaan mengambil pendekatan yang pragmatik dan bertanggungjawab dalam melaksanakan transformasi institusi tanpa menambah tekanan kewangan kepada kerajaan. Ini adalah langkah yang baik kerana fokus utama pindaan ini adalah untuk meningkatkan kecekapan pentadbiran, memperkukuhkan tabir urus dan meningkatkan keberkesanan organisasi. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, saya percaya bahawa institusi yang kuat akan menghasilkan dasar yang kuat. Dasar yang kuat akan menghasilkan ekonomi yang kuat. SEDC telah memainkan peranan yang besar dalam pembangunan Sarawak sejak sekian lama. Dan saya yakin melalui pindaan ini, organisasi ini akan menjadi lebih bersedia untuk menghadapi cabaran masa hadapan serta terus menjadi antara pemacu utama pembangunan ekonomi negeri. Akhir sekali, saya ingin merakamkan penghargaan kepada pihak kerajaan atas usaha membuat pindaan ini demi memastikan institusi pembangunan ekonomi negeri terus relevan, progresif dan kompetitif. Dengan itu, sekali lagi saya menyatakan sokongan penuh saya terhadap rang Undang-Undang Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Pindaan 2026 Sarawak Maju dan Makmur. Sekian, terima kasih.
Member for Tamin.
Thank you, Tan Sri Speaker. I rise second time today to express my full support for the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation Amendment Bill 2026 tabled by the honorable member Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar Douglas Ugah Mas, Deputy Premier of Sarawak, Second Minister for Finance and Economy, and Minister for Infrastructure and Port Development Sarawak, and also Ahli Dewan Negeri N37 Bukit Saban. I would like to commend Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar Douglas for his leadership, continuous commitment to strengthen Sarawak economics and infrastructure ecosystem. Another leadership for our Premier of Sarawak, the state government has demonstrated a clear vision to transform Sarawak into a developed, high-income and globally competitive region through the implementation of PCDS 2030. This amendment before us today is another strategic step in that direction. Tan Sri Speaker, although the amendment may appear administrative and structure in nature, in reality, it carries significant importance for the future direction of Sarawak economic transformation. Today, we are no longer speaking mainly about the traditional economy. Sarawak is moving toward becoming a strategic economy region within ASEAN, driven by its strength, green energy, downstream industry, digital economy, hydrogen economy, port security, infrastructure expansion, port and logistics, and international investment. Therefore, our state economy institution must involve in the tandem with this major aspiration. Tan Sri Speaker, I see several important aspects in this amendment. Number one, rebranding to Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. The change of name from Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak to Sarawak Economic Development Corporation is not merely cosmetic. Each of projects has more modern, global, and competitiveness image. This new branding is more aligned with the strategic role of agency in attracting international investment and driving the state economic growth. In today's global investment landscape, institutional branding matters greatly. Sarawak can no longer be viewed mainly as a state dependent on traditional economic sector. Sarawak must now position itself as a regional economic hub and investment destination and a leader in the green economy and future economic agenda. I believe this transformation is fully aligned with the aspiration of PCDS 2030 and the bold economic vision of the Sarawak government. Number two, to strengthening the corporate governance. Mr. Speaker, I also welcome the amendment aimed to strengthening the corporate governance. Among them are the replacement of title General Manager with the Group Chief Security Officer, and the appointment of the Corporate Secretary, inclusive of key representatives such as the State Secretary, the State Financial Secretary, the State Attorney General, and the representative from the Federal Ministry of Economy. This clearly demonstrates the government commitment to ensuring that this institution is managed in more professional, strategic, and accountable manner. I also commend the provision disqualifying any individual who involved in fraud, corruption, money laundering, and financial misconduct from holding important positions within the corporation. This is crucial in safeguarding the integrity, transparency, and credibility of the institution. Strong governance and the foundation of investor confidence. Without good governance, no economic institution can remain effective or sustainable in the long term. Number three, expanding corporate power and function. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly encouraged by the amendment to the Section 11, which empower the corporation to establish office and agencies throughout Sarawak and incorporate company to manage in accordance with the relevant law. This is extremely important. Sarawak is far too large for development to remain concentrated only in Kuching and major urban center. Rural interior areas such as Selangor, Mokah, Kapit, Blaga, and many other regions must also become part of the state's broader economic development ecosystem. As the elected representative for N59 Tamin, I strongly believe the rural Sarawak possesses a most untapped economic potential. With proper infrastructure, connectivity, investment support, rural area can contribute significantly to agriculture, tourism, renewable energy, bamboo industry, forestry-based industry, food production, and small and medium enterprises. I hope that through the strengthening of this cooperation, more investment can be channeled into rural and interior Sarawak. Number four is supporting food security and rural development. Mr. Speaker, Sarawak is now placing strong emphasis on the food security agenda. We do not want to remain mainly consumer of imported food. We want Sarawak to become a major food producer in the region. Therefore, the State Economic Development Institution must possess stronger capacity to support paddy and rice industry development, modern agriculture, smart farming, agro-based industry, downstream food processing, and rural entrepreneurship. This is especially important as the global food supply chains continue to face uncertainty due to the climate change and geopolitical tension. Food security is no longer merely an agriculture issue, it is now a strategic economic and security issue. I believe this amendment creates a greater room for better coordination between the government, agency, and the private sector in strengthening Sarawak food security agenda. Fifth, in line with our spirit of the MA63 Sarawak economic autonomy, Mr. Speaker, in broader context, this amendment also reflects Sarawak growing confidence in managing its own economic development. Sarawak today is steadily moving toward strengthening its economic autonomy in line with the spirit of MA63. We want the state institution to possess capacity, expertise, strategic authority, and global competitiveness to shape the Sarawak economic future on our own terms. This includes our effort, energy transaction, where engaged participants, infrastructure development, port expansion, digital economy, and strategic investment. I believe in this direction, championed by the leadership of our Premier of Sarawak and strongly supported by economic infrastructure team led by Yang Berhormat Datuk Ahmad Douglas Ugai Embas. Mr. Speaker, as a representative from the rural constituency, I hope the transformation of this institution will ultimately deliver direct benefit to the people at the grassroots level. The people want to see employment opportunity, infrastructure development, entrepreneur opportunity, digital economy access, better connectivity, and lastly, increase the rural income. Economic development cannot exist mainly in report and statistics. It must be fed by people in villages, longhouses, and small towns throughout the Sarawak. Development must be inclusive. No region in Sarawak should be left behind. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I believe this amendment is an important step toward strengthening the state economic institution so that it remains relevant, modern, and prepared for the future economic challenge. With a stronger institution, stronger governance, and clearer strategic direction, I believe Sarawak will continue to strengthen its position as one of the leading economic region in Malaysia and ASEAN. With that, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you very much.
Member for Kota Sentosa.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the debate on the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026. At first glance, this amendment may appear to be merely a change in designation from General Manager to Group Chief Executive Officer. But this House must not treat it as a cosmetic exercise. A new title without a new culture of performance, accountability, and delivery would mean nothing to the people of Sarawak. This amendment must therefore mark a decisive shift in how SEDC operates, from a traditional administrative body into a results-driven strategic institution capable of delivering measurable economic value to Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the title Group CEO carries far greater responsibility than prestige. It signifies leadership over a complex corporate ecosystem involving investment, subsidiaries, public assets, and strategic industries. Therefore, competency must become the defining principle of this office. The Group CEO must not merely manage files and procedures. The Group CEO must deliver outcomes, stronger investments, higher returns to the state, better governance, more efficient project implementation, and greater economic opportunities for Sarawakians. This House must send a clear signal that appointments to such an office must be guided by merit, capability, integrity, and proven performance, not seniority. A modern corporate structure demands leadership with commercial vision, strategic discipline, and the ability to compete in an increasingly challenging economic environment. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the formal appointment of a secretary under this amendment is equally important. However, the secretary must not become merely an administrative recorder of decisions already made. The office must function as a genuine institutional safeguard. In a group structure with multiple subsidiaries and commercial interests, strong governance cannot depend solely on goodwill. It requires systems, oversights, and internal discipline. The Secretary must therefore play a central role in ensuring compliance, strengthening internal controls, safeguarding procurement integrity, monitoring governance standards across subsidiaries, and ensuring decisions are legally and ethically made. This is how public confidence is built, not through slogans, but through credible checks and balances. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, SEDC manages assets and investments that ultimately belong to the people of Sarawak. The Rakyat are therefore the true stakeholders of this institution. For that reason, modernization must be accompanied by greater transparency and measurable accountability. The people do not want announcements. They want results they can see and feel. They want to know whether projects are delivered on time, whether investments generate returns, whether public funds are properly safeguarded, and whether economic development truly benefits ordinary Sarawakians. Therefore, this amendment should become the foundation for a stronger performance culture within SEDC. I would therefore propose several result-oriented objectives moving forward. First, clear key performance indicators, KPIs, should be established for the group CEO and senior management, tied directly to project delivery, investment performance, and economic impact. Second, governance and audit mechanisms across SEDC subsidiaries should be strengthened to reduce leakages, delays, and inefficiencies. Third, annual reporting should become more transparent and accessible so that this House and the public can properly evaluate outcomes and performance. Fourth, decision-making processes must become faster and more responsive so that strategic projects do not become trapped in unnecessary bureaucracy. Finally, SEDC must prioritize investments that create high-quality jobs, strengthen local entrepreneurship, and accelerate Sarawak's economic development and transformation. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the real test of this amendment will not be the new designation printed on a letterhead. The real test will be whether the new structure produces better governance, faster execution, stronger financial performance, and tangible benefits for the people of Sarawak. If we merely change the name while preserving all inefficiencies, then this amendment will have achieved very little. But if this bill becomes the catalyst for a culture of professionalism, accountability, transparency, and delivery, then it will represent meaningful progress for Sarawak. Let the group CEO be measured by results, the Secretary by accountability, and SEDC itself by the value it creates for the people of Sarawak. With those remarks, I beg to support the bill.
Member for Batu Ketang.
Thank you, Honorable Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. I rise today to wholeheartedly support this Sarawak Economic Development Corporation Amendment Bill 2026, tabled by our Deputy Premier, member for N37 Bukit Saban. This bill is a vital step in ensuring that one of our state's most critical economic engines is fully equipped to meet the demands of a modern, rapidly evolving global economy. The principal ordinance has served as the legal foundation for the corporation for nearly 7 decades. However, the world of 1958 is vastly different from the Sarawak of 2026. Under the visionary leadership of our young Ahmad Berhormat Premier, our economy has transformed and our ambitions have scaled to international heights. This bill recognizes that our institutions must not be anchored in the past, but must instead be equipped for the future. Honorable Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I would like to highlight 4 specific areas where this bill brings transformative change. Number 1, institutional identity and credibility. Renaming the principal ordinance to the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation Ordinance aligns the law with the brand recognized by global investors. It is a signal of clarity and professionalism. Number 2, modern governance. Transitioning the title of General Manager to Group Chief Executive Officer is more than a nomenclature change. It reflects the corporation's reality as a complex group overseeing diverse subsidiaries. This adoption of global standards will undoubtedly strengthen investor confidence. 3, strategic expertise. By expanding membership to include experts from any other relevant field, we are ensuring that the corporation's boardroom is filled with the diverse talent and knowledge necessary to navigate today's complex economic landscape. And 4, strengthening good governance and accountability. Good governance is never accidental, it is intentional. The formalization of the Secretary's role and functions closes existing legislative gaps and ensures that transparency and accountability are hardwired into the corporation's operations. In conclusion, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, any transformation requires more than words. It requires the courage to update our laws to fit our purpose. This bill empowers the corporation to be a more dynamic and flexible driver of our state's prosperity. I believe this reform is a testament to our confidence in Sarawak's future. I urge all honorable members of this august House to join me in supporting this motion. With this, I beg to support the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you, Honorable Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker.
Member for Kelima.
Selamat petang yang berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, salam sejahtera, salam Sarawak maju makmur, salam segala sejahtera. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, thank you for allowing me to participate in this bill, Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak. Berkat Amendments Ordinance 2026 that has been presented by Yang Berhormat Menteri Timbalan Premier, Menteri Kewangan dan Ekonomi Kedua, Menteri Infrastruktur dan Pembangunan Pelabuhan dan juga Adun Undangan Negeri N37 Bukit Saban, Sabah dan Tengah Yang Berhormat Premier, Timbalan Premier. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, introduction, I rise to support the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi as Sarawak Amendment Ordinance 2026. This amendment is timely after more than 6 decades since the original ordinance was enacted in 1958. It is only right that we modernize the legal frameworks of our state's premier economic development agency. The objective is clear, to change the names of Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak to Sarawak Economic Development Corporation and to update key government structures to reflect current corporates and administrative best practices. This is not a change of name. This is not just a change of name. It is a signal to investors, to our peoples, and to the world that Sarawak is serious about aligning our institution with modern governments and economic realities. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, let me walk through the substantive change proposed in this bill. First, Clause 2, change of name. The bill seeks to change the names of Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak to Sarawak Economic Development Corporation. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, this change is more than semantic. Corporation is a term used internationally for economic development agencies. It reflects a corporate, professional, investment-oriented identity. As Sarawak expands into hydrogen, green energy, digital economy, and advanced manufacturing, our statutory body must carry a name that resonates with global partners and investors. Second, Clause 8, savings and transitional provisions. Clause 8 ensures legal continuity. It provides that any rules, orders, direction, appointment, privileges, or other acts made under the principal ordinance remain valid and enforced until amended, revoked, or replaced. Any ongoing proceedings committed under the principal ordinance before the amendments take effect shall also to be continued. This is important. It means there is no disruption or resetting ACDC operation, project, contracts, or legal action. We are modernizing without creating legal uncertainty. This shows legislative maturity and respects for continuity. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, why these amendments matter for Sarawak? SEDC is not just another statutory body. It is the arms of the Sarawak government that derives industry developments, commercial ventures, and strategic investment across our state. From Sambalaju in Sarawak to Kuching Complex Zone, Commercial Zone, from rural business development to joint ventures with global firms, SDC plays a central role in Sarawak economic transformation. By updating names and government's framework, we achieve 3 things. 1, strengthening investor confidence. A modern names and modern structure gives confidence to foreign and domestic investors. They know they are dealing with a corporation that operates on professional, transparent, and internationally recognized standards. 2, improve governance and accountability. The amendments allow ACDC to operate with clear legal standing and updated administrative provision. This will enhance its capacity to respond quickly to economic opportunities while remaining accountable to the state government and this august house. 3, Aligned with Sarawak Post-COVID Development Strategy 2030, our PCDS 2030 vision requires agile, forward-looking institution. ACDC must be able to pivot into new sectors like green hydrogens, carbon trading, digital infrastructure, high-value agriculture. These amendments give ACDC the legal foundation to do so. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, financial implication, no extra burdens on the state. I note from the bill's explanatory statement that this bill will not involve the government at any extra financial expenditure. This is a responsible approach. We are not creating new financial obligation. We are updating the legal identity and operational continuity of SDC without additional costs to taxpayers. This is special prudence while pressing essential reform. Tahniah yang berhormat, Temalan Premier. Tan Sri Thomas Speaker, the Perpaduan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Bracket Amendment Ordinance 2026 is a forward-looking, practical and necessary piece of legislation. It modernizes SDC legal identity, preserves legal continuity, and strengthening our state economic development machinery. All the representative, as a representative for Inkalili, I see how important SDC is for rural economic transformation. From supporting small entrepreneurs to enabling large-scale industry investment, SDT must be equipped with Sarawak in the next 60 years, as in the last 60 years. I therefore call upon all honourable members to support this bill. Let's give SDC a legal clarity and modern identity. It needs to take Sarawak to the next levels of economic prosperity. Dengan ini, saya menyokong bil ini, Perbahanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Bracket Amendment Ordinance 2026. Sekian, terima kasih.
I now call upon the Honourable Deputy Premier to deliver his winding up address.
Ya, thank you. Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. First, I'd like to record my appreciation to 11 ahli-ahli yang berhormat yang telah mengambil bahagian dalam pembahasan pada petang ini. Yang berhormat adalah dari Pelagus, Balingian, Daro, Tebeduk, Lingga, Telian, Murum, Tamin, Kota Sentosa, Batu Kitang dan Kelili. I also like to express gratitude for your support on this bill, Perpaduan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak, Amendment Bill 2026. Saya juga ingin amat menghargai segala cadangan dan hadiah-hadiah yang bernas yang telah dikemukakan semasa pembahasan, yang sudah tentu akan dapat membantu kerajaan Sarawak dalam melaksanakan dan menguatkuasakan Perpaduan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 ini. Saranan dan cadangan konstruktif ahli-ahli yang berhormat akan diambil kira oleh kerajaan pada masa akan datang. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the latest amendment reflect the initiative of the Sarawak government to strengthen institutional enhancement for Sarawak Economic Development Corporation as a corporation that adapt to current industry practices and meet the evolving need of this progressive corporate landscape. For the information of these honourable members in this August House, the Sarawak government has engaged the World Bank to undertake the study in 2022 to assess the corporate governance practices of state-owned enterprises, which include both statutory bodies and government-linked companies. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the Mesyuarat Kerja Negeri has approved the Code of Corporate Governance for Sarawak State-Owned Enterprise as an official framework for corporate governance applicable to state-owned enterprises under the jurisdiction of the Sarawak Government, including the Sarawak Economic Development Corporation and its subsidiary. The GPS government aspires to transform ACDC into one of the leading state-owned enterprises in Sarawak, with strengthened governance, greater transparency, enhanced profitability, a clear strategic vision, a commercially driven management approach, and as well as practicing inclusivity policies as requested by the Yang Muhammad just now, and ultimately positioning it as a world-class corporation. With that, I once again wish to record my appreciation to all honourable members for the support toward this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ali Muhammad, the question before the Dewan is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of the Honourable Deputy Premier, Second Minister for Finance and New Economy, Minister for Infrastructure and Port Development, and Member for N37, Bukit Saban, be referred to the Committee of the Whole House. As many as the opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes of it, the motion is passed and referred to the Committee of the Whole House. The Dewan shall now resolve into the Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill which stands committed to the committee. The Dewan shall now consider the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026.
Clauses 1 to 8.
The question is that clauses 1 to 8 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as the opinions say yes, as many contrary opinions say no, the yes of it, clauses 1 to 8 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clauses and title.
The Dewan shall now resume.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 had been considered by the Committee of the Whole House and agreed to without amendment.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan bacaan kali yang ketiga, Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026, Deputy Premier, Second Minister for Finance and New Economy, and Minister for Infrastructure and Port Development.
Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to move that the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 be now read a third time and do pass.
Alilih Berhormat, the question before the Dewan is that the Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and do pass. As many as the opinions say yes, as many as contrary opinions say no, the yes of it, the bill is read a third time and pass.
Perbadanan Pembangunan Ekonomi Sarawak Amendment Bill 2026.
Ahli yang berhormat, sitting is now adjourned and the House shall resume its sitting at 9 a.m. tomorrow.